Good morning. I welcome you all to the International Finance Conference from Green to Blue Finance. It is both an honor and a privilege to stand before this esteemed gathering of scholars, professionals, and change makers who are committed to shaping the future of climate finance and technological innovation. At the outset, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed guest of honor, Dr. Gurinder Singh, Group Vice Chancellor, Amity Universities, Ms. Namita Sahai, Associate Professor, Amity International Business School, and our session chairs for today, Mr. Anshu Mehta, Ms. Anshu Mehta, sorry, Doc, Dr. Anshu Mehta, Assistant Professor, Faculty of Management Studies, and Dr. Arnav Kumar, Assistant Professor, Faculty of Management Studies. We would like to confer them with a memento of gratitude. Your presence here today underscores the significance of this conference, fostering meaningful discussions on the transition from green to blue finance, an evolution crucial for our planet. Now, I would like to call Ms. Namita Sai, Dr. Namita Sai, our Associate Professor, for a word.
Yeah, thank you, Kartike. And I know that it's a great experience for all of you. And once again, I extend a very warm welcome to Dr. Anshu Mehta and Dr. Arnav for the taking out their precious time to be with us and to encourage all of you. And I know that all the students are here, so I'm very, very happy to see, the kind of participation that is there from the students. And I'm sure for most of you, it is the first paper presentation that you're doing. So all the more, it is really very encouraging. So as we have just, Kartike has just introduced that we have chosen a very, very innovative topic. And I'll just give you a little brief. I have already shared with Dr. Mehta and Dr. Arnav that we have this special issue from the Australasian Journal of Finance and Business, which is taken out by the University of Wollongong. So the special issue is on this theme only of climate finance. And we have been talking about the green finance all the time. But this time we tried to even widen the scope from green finance to blue finance. And I'm sure that, when this topic was introduced, many of you, like I got this remark from many people that what is this blue economy, blue finance? And people had only heard of green finance, sustainable finance. So all the more, this is very, very important. So just let me just touch upon two things that we all know about the sustainable development goals. And out of the 17 sustainable development goals that we have, so 13 and 14, 13 is on climate action and 14 is life underwater. So probably SDG 14 is something which is not really focused on, and people don't really talk about that. So that is why we thought that it is something very innovative to take up this theme for this conference, right? So just sharing a few remarks on this topic and about why is it so important to deliberate on this. So let me just share and where finance and technology come in green finance and blue finance. So let me just share a few points from here, that the intersection of climate finance and technological innovation redefines sustainable investment. So we've been talking about sustainable investments all along. So it's both technology has to be incorporated into climate finance. As we navigate challenges posed by climate change, environmental degradation, and resource scarcity, finance role in driving sustainable businesses and economies has become very critical. So we can see from whatever happening, the events that are happening across, the world over, the kind of climate change, the risk that it is posing. So it's very, very important that we deliberate. And we've been really talking about that, we need a huge amount of finance funding for this. Traditionally, focus has been on green finance, as just mentioned, supporting renewable energy, carbon neutrality, and sustainable land use projects. However, as global economic and environmental changes evolve, there is a need to expand financial framework to include blue finance, fostering investments in ocean conservation, sustainable fisheries, marine infrastructure, and coastal resilience. The blue economy significantly contributes to global GDP, almost 5% of the global GDP. supporting millions of livelihoods. Almost 30 million, jobs are created, particularly in coastal regions. However, funding for marine sustainability remains underdeveloped. Oceans serve as the planet's largest carbon sink. They are absorbing a huge amount of carbon emissions, mitigating climate change, and hold immense potential for renewable energy, carbon appropriation, and sustainable food production. Integrating blue finance into mainstream financial architecture is a necessity and an opportunity for investors, businesses, and policymakers to shape a resilient and inclusive economic future. Technology accelerates the effectiveness and accessibility of climate investments. Fintech solutions, we all talk about fintech solutions, blockchain powered AI and blue bonds, AI driven risk assessments, and IoT enabled ocean monitoring systems revolutionize funding, tracking, and scaling climate projects. These advancements ensure greater transparency, efficiency, and accountability in climate finance, making sustainable investments more attractive and impactful. To transform climate finance, a multi-stakeholder approach is needed. Businesses should integrate sustainability into financial strategies. Investors direct capital to blue economy projects. And governments establish regulatory framework that encourage innovation while ensuring compliance and accountability. Leveraging green and blue finance together can mitigate climate risk, drive economic resilience, and create long-term value for businesses and societies. Looking ahead, the question remains, are we ready to embrace finance as a catalyst for economic prosperity and environmental security? The answers must be collective and unanimous. By combining financial innovation with sustainable practices, we can build a climate resilient future that is profitable, inclusive, and environmentally responsible. So thank you so much. So now I would like to invite the session chairs to just share a few comments if you like, and then we can begin the paper presentation. You after that? All right. Thank you so much. So we can start with the paper presentations.
Morning to our esteemed speakers, veteran authors, and academicians. Welcome to the International Conference on Global Climate Finance and Technological Architecture, widening scope from green finance to blue finance for sustainable business and economics. I am Shrestha Sharma from BBA with my co-host, Ms. Janvi Pandey. Thank you so much, Namita ma'am, for your amazing talk and valuable insights. We thank our session chairs, Dr. Anshu Mehta and Dr. Arnav Kumar, for sparing their time to moderate the session. Dr. Anshu Mehta is an assistant professor in the Faculty of Management Studies at the University of Delhi, an educator and management professional with more than 10 years of corporate experience in retailing, strategy, analysis, and 9 years in research and academics. She is a strategic and creative thinker with strong understanding of marketing and sustainability. The goal is to conceptualize and implement the corporate experience in academics through rigorous research in the emerging areas, thereby fostering not only a better teaching learning environment, and a meaningful contribution to the domain area. Thank you for gracing us with your presence, ma'am. Now, Dr. Arnav Kumar is an assistant professor in the Faculty of Management studies at the University of Delhi. He has completed his postgraduate degree with distinction and a doctorate in finance from the Department of Commerce, Delhi School of Economics, University of Delhi. He has a rich experience of more than 11 years of teaching postgraduate and undergraduate courses in management. He specializes and has teaching and research interests in finance, investments, and analytics. He has published 17 research papers in national and international journals of repute, including those indexed in ABDC list and Scopus. Thank you for coming, sir. Dear participants, before we begin, allow me to share the objective of the conference. So, the prime objective of the conference is to strengthen the industry academia bond and enhance collaborative and meaningful research on issues of current relevance, expose the participating delegates to the emerging technologies through presentations and panel discussion, provide networking opportunities to delegate on a virtual platform, to organize experts talk by domain experts of global eminence through interactive webinars for a panoramic view on advances in their domain, to recognize the eminent global achievers for their remarkable environment and contributions achievement in their respective domains by instituting suitable amity awards of excellence. These objectives shall help us to share and improve our knowledge base, work for improving and expanding upon the existing spectrum of knowledge, implement our research findings to the advantage of the real world. Now, I would like to pass it on to my co-host, Janvi.
Thank you, Shrestha. Dear authors, before the presentation, I would like to give a brief guideline. We respect your presentation, but we have to strictly follow the timeline of 7 minutes of presentation, in which you will include your objective, your research methodology, and the last conclusion of your research paper, and you will get 3 minutes for question and answers. Participants are requested to keep a track of their duration while presenting, as they'll receive a 5 minute reminder before the presentation is getting over. So now I would like to call upon our first author of our track, whose paper ID is 101, Mr. Abdul Rafi. May I have a round of applause, please? And paper ID 101.
Hello. So my presentation is on the topic international maritime governance and its impact on blue economy. So basically, blue economy is the sustainable use of ocean resources for economic growth. Introduction to maritime governance. So basically, let's understand this with the help of two things: historical perspective and legal framework. Historical perspective. Maritime governance has evolved from ancient naval practices to modern international regulations governing maritime activities, reflecting changes in trade, security, and technology. Legal framework. The legal framework of maritime governance includes international conventions, national laws, and maritime codes that regulate activities on the seas, ensuring safety, security, and environmental protection. Key stakeholders. There are three key stakeholders in this: national governments, international organizations, and private sectors. National governments enforce maritime laws with their jurisdiction govern their territorial waters, and contribute to international maritime policy making and cooperation. International organizations such as IMO establish global standards for shipping, safety, security, and environmental performances. Private sector. The private sector, including shipping companies and port operators, plays a crucial role in maritime operations and the boarding of suspect vessels to prevent illegal activities such as smuggling and human trafficking. Maritime security. Anti-piracy measures. Anti-piracy measures involves international cooperations, naval patrols, and legal frameworks aimed at deterring piracy, protecting commercial shipping lanes, and ensuring safe maritime navigation. Law enforcement at sea. Basically, it is maintained through pollution control and marine protected areas. Pollution control targets the reduction of marine pollution from land waste and sea-based sources, addressing contaminants like oil spills, plastic debris, and hazardous substances. Key sectors are fisheries and aquaculture and marine biotechnology. Regulatory influence. Trade facilitation affecting maritime governance plays a crucial role in streaming international trade by simplifying customs procedures and ensuring efficient port operations. Sustainable practices incentives can offering tax benefits and subsidies to business that adopt environmental friendly operations. Security enhancements, protecting maritime trade routes, safe maritime navigation, crisis and disaster management. Environmental protection can be ensured by ecosystem health and long-term sustainability. There are few challenges: jurisdictional overlaps and enforcement of law issues. Jurisdictional overlaps occur when multiple authorities have regulatory control over the same issue, leading to conflicts and inefficiencies in governance. Enforcement issues arise when there are insufficient mechanisms to ensure compliance with laws and regulations. Strategic recommendations, policy improvements, and enhanced collaboration.
Hello.
Hello.
Okay, Abdul. So you have thought about this and worked on this. Good. It's an introductory work. I congratulate you, but you should definitely build upon this, Anna,
Yes, sir.
and expand into the deeper layers. For example, how regulations can be strengthened, how financing can be made available. Uh, what do you think is the central problem that is, that can help in preservation of sustainability
Sir,
in the blue?
controlling pollution waste. It
And
is
how can we
degrading the
do
ocean
that?
health.
Yeah, how can we do that?
So basically, by spreading the information and making some laws, strict laws.
And in international waters where there is no jurisdiction, वहाँ कौन law बनाएगा?
Sir, governments, international
Ah,
governments,
so there is
IMO.
the United Nations, there
Yes,
is
sir.
law of sea
Yes,
convention,
sir.
है ना? So that can help. है
Yes,
ना?
sir.
And some reward system, you think? Maybe penalties for
Yes, sir.
companies that drop
Some
waste,
reward system should be there,
reward
so
system.
people will engage
Yeah.
heavily.
So that those things you can include in your future
Yes,
work.
sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Now I would like to invite our second author for our track, whose paper ID is 102, Miss Madhvi Sharma. May I have a round of applause for her? So, good morning. My topic is Blue Finance Frameworks, Evolution, Future Prospects, and Human Capital Integration. Okay. Change. What is blue finance? Blue finance is the basically financial instruments which support the sustainable ocean industries and marine conservations, which includes blue bonds, ecosystem restoration, and sustainable fisheries. It is important for the ocean cleanliness, climate changes. Okay, okay, and overfishing. Second. Research problem and objective research problems. So basically a lot of advancements in blue finance, but it faces the challenges in limited access to fundings, regulatory gaps, and climate related risks. Research objectives: analyze the evolution of blue finance frameworks and their impact, assess future prospects and innovations in blue finance, explore the role in human capital in strengthening blue finance ecosystems. Literature change करना। Research methodology. It is basically a three types of approach: mixed method approach and data collection and case studies. Mixed method approach is combining of the two approaches, qualitative and quantitative. Qualitative, we introduce the expert interviews and case studies, and in quantitative, it is basically on the trend analysis. Data collections, in primary, we surveys with financial experts and policymakers, and in secondary, we we finalize the reports from OECD, World Bank, and UNDP. Case studies. Okay, next. Future prospects, emerging trends, blockchain, AI, and tokenization in marine finance. Blockchain basically give us the track on the sorry, track on the shares, and the AI gives us the automated AI gives the monitoring ecological impact of marine impacts, and tokenization gives the digital shares of the marine institutes. Policy recommendations, standardization regulations, stronger climate resilience strategies, and human capital growth, training programs, public-private partnerships to bridge skill gaps. Next. Challenges and barrier in blue finance: limited fundings. Small scale projects struggle to attract investments, regulatory gaps, lack of uniform global standards for blue finance, climate risk, rising sea levels, and environmental changes affect investments, human capital shortage, need for interdisciplinary expertise in finance and marine conservation financing, maritime sustainability initiatives. Role of human capital in blue finance: workforce development. Basically, we provide the skilled force labor for it and the professional expertise in finance and marine sciences. Secondly, interdisciplinary collaborations. Blue finance require collaboration among financial experts, marine scientists, and policymakers. Case studies: Norway established the Blue Economic Training Program that combine marine science, finance, and sustainability education. And in Singapore, focuses on marine finance education, those specialized courses and partnerships with financial institutions promoting expertise. Uh, we organize a interview with the Namrata Rana, the professional in KPMG, and in which we asked a few questions about the marine lives and blue finance. So here is the trend and the analysis that describe the views of increasing blue bonds issuance, growing corporate involvement, innovative financial products, and regulatory support. Conclusion. Summary: blue finance is crucial for marine conservation and economic growth. Recommendation: enhance transparency, regulations, and workforce training. Final thought: integration of finance, technology, and skilled human capital is key to success.
So Madhvi, you're Madhvi,
Vriddhi.
you're Vridhi. So very nice presentation, Vidhi. Just one question from my side. How do you think these technological changes, like you have mentioned about
AI.
AI, artificial
Yes.
intelligence. So how do you think you can incorporate artificial intelligence in this area of blue finance? How will it help?
Ma'am, AI basically gives us the risk assessment and the profits for the shares and the blue finance, in which we can enhance the GDP and how we can promote it and how can we save the ocean and clean up the challenges for it.
And what about blockchain? You mentioned blockchain also.
Blockchain basically give us the track of the shares and where we can invest the money in the right, and that the our currency or the our investment is not basically
It's okay,
Yeah.
fine. Thank you. Yeah. You need to dig in a bit, right?
Okay.
And get your concepts a bit clear, right? But it was a good presentation.
Thank you. Now I would like to call upon our third author, whose paper ID is 103, Miss Vanshika Sengar. May I have a round of applause for her, please? Vanshika.
Good morning, everyone. So my name is Aditya Vikram. I'm the co-author for this presentation, and I'll be talking about the impact of SGD 13 and 14 and how in current year has it impacted the world. So, you'll do it. Okay. Next slide, please. Next slide. Please. Yeah. Yeah, no problem. Yeah. For current day, SGD 13 was formed in 2015, and it had goals saying that it will reduce the global temperature by roughly 1 degree or 2 degree. But we are in the current year 2025, and it's 5 more years before the deadline. But the temperature seems to be rising, and it feels like SGD 13 has not done its roles properly. Now coming to SGD 14, which is marine life underwater, below water, sorry. In SGD 14, they say that they want to preserve the marine life so that blue economy can survive and thrive properly, and to ensure that overexposure of marine life and fishes is not exploited. So that's the impact now. Now the issue is, how can we fix it? Well, we don't have a lot of time. Again, this was supposed to be done by the year 2030, and things seems to have been worsening till now. So the issue is, where can we start? So I suggest we start from grassroots level. Let's first look at policies. Maybe the policies were too harsh, and it compelled the countries to not work on it as much as we thought that we should. So that's the first place where we can work. Second is more awareness. I remember in roughly 2014 to 2015, once this act was enacted, schools did a lot of pushing for not using plastic waste and protect our environment. But however, in roughly 2020 to 2024, this practice seems to have stopped. So I feel like people need to be re-educated about plastic use and its plastic waste. Again, the paper is still under process. However, we are looking into more ways and see where the fault lies exactly. Since the marine ecosystem is such a huge area, and covering and ensuring that like which country is responsible for which part of the marine ecosystem is important, and collaboration is also important. So I would suggest that we should have less stricter laws regarding it, but to ensure there is more oversight by the UN General Assembly about this. So that is from my side. I wish that in 2035 to 2040, we could solve this crisis and make sure our future is as bright so we can wear sunglasses. Thank you. Yeah.
When you say that there should be lesser regulations,
Yeah.
so how can we nudge the industry? Because see, ultimately it's the trade and then the industry and the businesses that also can be the solution, and they also create the maximum pollution.
Right.
So what are your thoughts on that?
The issue with that regarding is that at the end of the day, they're looking for maximum profit. And whenever the government tries to intervene or step, whenever the government tries to step or intervene, they'll quickly unionize. They'll start saying that, oh, they want to stop our practices. So I feel like with more oversight, but with lesser regulations, since we have stricter regulations regarding overfishing, what people do is they go on unregistered boats and then they capture a lot of fish illegally and they sell it on the market because the market, frankly, does not care about where the fish is coming from. I believe the UN General Assembly has a lot of trademarks, and they've said, I believe it was MGC checkmark on where your fishes is coming from. But frankly, a lot of people don't really care about that. They care about where it's coming from. Due to stricter regulations, they are trying to overcome or sidestep the law entirely. So that's why I'm saying that we should have fewer regulations regarding this and more oversight rather than stricter regulations and less oversight that is currently right now.
So you mentioned in your presentation about policy changes, right?
Right.
So what sort of policy changes do you suggest?
More collaborative, for example, because government passes down a regulation and then whenever the, for example, as I said, they'll unionize, they'll protest about it, they'll say, no, we want our margins are already very thin. We don't want our margins to become even thinner or go into the red entirely. So government can look for subsidize, for example, they could subsidize their, for example, machinery or the boats that they're buying. That's the one thing they could do. Frankly, even I'll say I don't know much about this. I'm a student as well. I don't know much about the situation, but I feel like with a good regulation, I feel like if the world leaders talk about this properly, I am sure there's a solution where everyone can make their own money. At the same time, we can preserve the planet as well. There is a solution. We just have to find. We just have to find it.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you.
Now I would like to call upon the fourth author of our track, whose paper ID is 109, Mr. Deepa Malik. May I have a round of applause for him? Okay, so I hope I'm audible at the last. So good morning, everyone, respected panelists and my fellow mates. Today, I'm Ansi Singh with my co-host, Lieutenant Colonel Satya Manand. We are standing here representing our team members, Mr. Abhinav, Mr. Anubhav, Mr. Deepak, and Mr. Shivam. So today we'll explore how government policies influence the industrial clusters in the context of blue economy and the ESG investing. Next. Okay, ma'am. Yeah. So now I'll be explaining the key terminologies of our research project. The number one is the blue economy. I hope everyone is now clear with what is blue economy, but still, I'll speak few lines. So blue economy refers to the sustainable use of the ocean resources so that we can have a proper economic growth while protecting the ocean health, as my team member Aditya also said. Next. The next one is the industrial clusters. It refers to the geographic concentration of the interconnected industries. Now, the role of government here comes when they have to give proper financing, the proper infrastructure. The next is the ESG investing. It refers to the integration of environmental, social, and governance factors in the investment decisions. So the benefits of this ESG investing, according to me, and according to what we found while doing the research, was that it will enhance the corporate reputation and simultaneously maintaining the financial stability. So while doing the research, we came across three major points. That the number one is that the blue economy plays a crucial role in the global business sustainability and the economic development, as I said earlier. Number two is the industrial clusters enhance productivity, job creation, and technological advancement as well. Number three is the government policies that will significantly shape the success of all the industries while simultaneously focusing on the how we can conserve the oceans. So the objective of our study is to, number one, to assess the impact of government interventions on the industrial clusters. Number 2 is to compare the global case studies and identify the best practices. So as of now, we are limiting our research to Indian neighborhoods, specifically China, because this is an ongoing research project right now. Research methodology will be, our research design will be quantitative approach while analyzing the ESG performance and the financial data. Our data collection method will be the primary and secondary. Primary will be through the questionnaire, and the secondary will be, we'll be collecting data, the ESG data through Sustainalytics and MSCI. And the financial data we'll be collecting through the Bloomberg papers and the Yahoo Finance. So the variables in our study will be, there will be two variables, dependent and the independent variable. The independent variable will be the ESG scores and the government policies interventions. And the dependent variable will be the financial performance and the effectiveness of the industrial clusters. So we'll be using the statistical tool as we have decided right now. We'll be doing regression analysis for finding the relationship between the ESG ratings and the government policies and economic growth. And we'll be also focusing using the correlation analysis by assessing the ESG impact on profitability and industrial cluster success. So the literature review till now, what we have referred is the we tried studying a research paper. I'll read the name of the paper. We can. Okay, so the as we all know that government policies creates a favorable environment for the businesses, as I said earlier, by providing the support, infrastructure, finances. So the industrial clusters increases productivity by bringing the similar businesses together. This is what refers to as the industrial cluster. And the government policies will ensure these clusters have access to fundings, skilled labor, and sustainability initiatives. So there's one equation which we have made, that is stronger policies equals to more investment and economic growth. Now I'll invite my co-host, Satyam sir.
Good morning, esteemed panelists. So, as we all know that the Prime Minister of India has given a Maritime Amrit Kal 2047, wherein the growth of maritime business and blue economy is expected. Under this, there are certain projects which were launched, and the majorly the Spurti, which is for traditional industries regeneration, and MSc CDB, that is for micro and small enterprise. That is what has been launched. Apart from this, there are two more which have been launched, is the Sagar Mala project to build up the ports, and also Matsya Parayojana, which will be looking after the fisheries. The case studies which we have taken are firstly the Sundarban Sustainable Shrimp Cooperative, which is mainly between Bangladesh and Indian borders, that is at Sundarbans. This is a delta where the shrimp cultivation has increased drastically. Earlier, it was more of agricultural land, but with blue economy setting in, a lot of funding coming in, the shrimp cultivation has increased quite a bit. The next is next. The sustainable sustainable seaweed farming in Tamil Nadu, where we all know that the seaweed is a major resource of Tamil Nadu coastline, and that is where the government has put in a lot of money to the tune of that they have done. Axis Bank has given a 500 million loan, blue loan for this, as also it plans to release the blue bonds so that this can be developed further. Next. Coming on to China. So as we know, China has got a 32,000 kilometer coastal line, and it has concentrated mainly on making the zones. The zones like Shandong, Zhejiang, and Fujian are mainly the blue zones, where it has developed the fisheries as well as the maritime trade. As we all know that the 80% of Chinese trade is through maritime routes. They were way back in ESG implementation earlier, but now they are making a lot of way ahead. And the FTSE Ping An China is the index by which they are giving the ESG scores. So just to compare both of them, while India is still focusing on financial infrastructure support, China has moved to marketing linkages and industrial zone development. The government support is through in India through Spurti and MSc CDP, as well as other the policies which I have told. Whereas for in China, it is mainly on high tech focus now because they want to score more on ESG, which gives more profitability. Certain examples of such companies would be BYD, which has become quite profitable now because of sustainability. So our analysis in this, though it is an ongoing research, but whatever we have studied in both the conditions, this is our analysis. China's ESG score have improved, and at present, though out of 50 top nations, it is ranked 47, but till 3 years back, it was nowhere. In financial performance trends, we know that ESG initiatives have outperformed the companies who are not following this. The correlation regression analysis, we are still undertaking the data, so we cannot give it as of now. Lastly, our key findings is that the government policies and fundings in this field will enable profitability and sustainability. Thank you.
Great work, and I wish you best that you continue with the empirical work. So I think the example that you have laid is an indication that China is a story that if we stimulate fresh business and investment, it can become also a trigger for a change for economic activities in that area. How do you think investors would react? Because you are saying that companies would profit, and so isn't the cost of compliance and shifting from non-sustainable production and means to sustainable very costly, and the government is not directly funding in many cases? So how will investors react and perceive this?
Sir, coming to the fact of investors, as we all know that if we move to sustainable norms, the initial investment is pretty high. And that is where a lot of investors are not willing to do. So therefore, the government policies and government funding needs to come in, especially in case of India. Once it is there, and along with the cooperative approach of investors, we move in, the profits further ahead are much better than what we envisage as on today. Thank you.
Okay, sure, ma'am. So our fifth author, whose paper ID is 105, Mr. Kabir Jerry. I would like to invite you. May we have a round of applause for him?
Definitely glad, in the PPT slides moving ahead, the authors can continue, you can continue speaking because you have the PPT in front of you as well. That we save time. We've lost a little time, so let's just catch up on that.
Wishing you all a very exuberant morning. It's a pleasure to be here today as we explore a topic that is shaping the future of business and finance, the impacts of ESG investing on corporate financial performance, focusing on Apple. Did you know that companies with strong environmental, social, and governance practices have outperformed their peers in long-term profitability and risk management? So ESG investing is becoming a major factor in corporate finance. Companies that integrate ESG principles not only enhance sustainability, but also improve financial performance. Our research focuses on Apple, one of the world's most valuable companies, to understand how its ESG efforts drive financial growth. Our research objectives are identifying the relationship between ESG practices and corporate financial performance, examining Apple's specific ESG initiatives and their financial impact, and also providing insights for investors, policymakers, and stakeholders on the importance of ESG investments. The research methodologies that we have used to conduct this study are mixed methods approach, which include quantitative analysis of Apple's financial data and also qualitative assessment of Apple's ESG initiatives, evaluating how environmental, social, and governance investments translate into financial benefits. Apple's ESG initiatives has made significant efforts in all the three areas. starting with environmental, as they have aimed for carbon neutrality and expanding recycling programs. Going on to the social, they promote diversity, ethical labor practices, and responsible supply chains. And in the end, governance, ensuring transparency, ethical leadership, and accountability. These initiatives strengthen Apple's reputation and appeal to investors and consumers alike. They've also established solar and wind farms to power their own facilities globally, and they promote diversity and include in its workforce, diversity and inclusion in their workforce, with focusing on gender and racial diversity as well. They annually publish an environmental progress report, which provide comprehensive updates on their environmental initiatives, such as renewable energy, carbon footprint reduction, and supplier responsibility programs. I would now like to call my fellow team member Aditi Jambal to take forward the presentation.
Thank you, Prisha. We analyzed Apple's revenue, profitability, and stock performance to assess the financial impact of its ESG initiatives. Our findings indicate ESG efforts contribute to cost savings through energy efficiency. A strong ESG profile enhances brand loyalty, leading to increased sales. Investors are more confident in companies with sustainable business models, boosting Apple's stock performance. For our financial performance, our research reveals a positive correlation between ESG initiatives and Apple's financial success. Key benefits include reduced costs through sustainable operations, stronger consumer trust and brand loyalty, increased investor confidence, and stock growth. Real-world examples from Apple demonstrates how ESG-focused strategies enhance long-term profitability. Apple's ESG efforts positively impact various stakeholders. Investors benefit from sustainable long-term returns. Consumers prefer ethical, responsible brands. Policymakers can use Apple's model to shape future ESG regulations. This reinforces the broader importance of ESG investing in corporate finance. Based on our findings, we recommend that companies integrate ESG strategies into their core business models, focus on sustainability for long-term competitive advantage, and encourage future research to explore sector-specific ESG impacts for deeper insights. Conclusion, please. To conclude, ESG investing is no longer optional. It is a key driver for corporate financial success. Apple Incorporated is a great example of how ESG investments lead to stronger financial performance, investor trust, and consumer loyalty. Moving forward, businesses must prioritize ESG to ensure sustainable and profitable growth. Thank you for your time, although our research is still in progress, but we look forward to any questions you may have.
Have you taken any data and done any correlation analysis?
Yeah, we have taken a few sources. So the data we have gathered is not being verified. We have to verify it from a few other sources as well. Based on the few data we have done a correlation which indicates that there is a positive correlation between ESG and its financial
So
performance.
if parents plant a tree on child's birth, and as the child ages,
Yeah.
the height of the child increases,
Correct.
the height of the plant will also increase.
Correct.
So over time, there will be a correlation between them. If you take the data, and you will find a strong positive correlation, but that doesn't mean that the height of the child is increasing because the height of the plant.
Correct.
So there is a concept of partial correlation, or you can use the regression framework
Okay.
to authentically put forward
Hmm.
what you are saying. You may be right. I'm not saying you are not right, but you have to be methodologically sound when you make such claims that financial performance is going to get positively impacted by ESG. So I'm sure you are in the process of doing that.
Yes, sir.
Do that and be methodologically rigorous in terms of not only correlation, in correlation also, normally we just compute bivariate correlation, but there is partial correlation.
Okay.
Or you can use the regression framework where you can regress financial performance on ESG along with some control variables, because in this time, Apple's other parameters have also increased, its sales has increased.
Yes.
Maybe its profit is increasing because of that. So you have to check what all factors are influencing. Then you can make an authentic claim. Very well, good.
Thank you, sir.
So you have mentioned one term in your presentations, supply chain ethics.
Yeah.
What do you mean by supply chain ethics? Could you
Supply-
elaborate?
Supply chain ethics basically means the whole process of supply chain management should be transparent, and the consumer should know all the processes that is involved in their supply chain management. So in broader terms, according to me, it means this.
So Apple is doing that?
Yes.
How? How are they ensuring this?
They provide the information on where the products are being manufactured, what are the sources, what the materials they are being used, and how they are being shipped to the markets and all the consumers worldwide.
Okay, right. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Make claims and happen. So it has to be substantially, has to be supported by the
Yes, ma'am.
right? So please do that. So I look forward and writing down all the observations so that you need to incorporate in your paper when you submit it.
Yes, ma'am.
Right.
Thank you, ma'am.
Now I would like to call upon our sixth author of the track, whose ID is 112, Mr. Anshuman Singh. May I have a round of applause for him?
This is group 112. 112.
One is not here yet, so we are just.
Good afternoon. Today, I, Anshuman Singh, along with my co-authors, Ira Jan, Anshika Tiwari, and Anshuman Joseph Jason, are here to present the research paper on impact of blue finance on a small island developing states. 3/4 of the world is covered with oceans. The global ocean economy is estimated to be around $3 to $5 trillion. Over 3.1 billion of the world population lives within the 100 kilometers of the ocean and the coastal islands. Yet, the climate change is making the sea level rise, threatening islands, overfishing, and population are harming the marine ecosystem. Economies of SIDS mainly rely on the oceans, tourism, fishing, but they lack the financial resources for the sustainability. The objective of this research paper is to assess the role of blue finance in SIDS, like blue bonds and blue loans, to evaluate the policy gaps of the government, and to examine the case studies based on the blue finance and blue bonds. What is SIDS? SIDS are the small island nations, which is a group of 39 island nations recognized by the United Nations, often remote with limited land and resources. Blue finance. Blue finance is a type of a finance which is used to fund the coastal areas, sea, and the oceans. The research methodology we have used in this research paper is collecting the secondary data from UNDP, World Bank, and OECDs. As yet, the research is ongoing. We have analyzed case studies that focuses on blue bond and ecotourism, and we are willing to use the linear regression model to identify the correlation between blue finance investment and economic growth in the oceans till now. The case study, let's move to Seychelles. In 2018, Seychelles issued world's first sovereign blue bond, raising a $15 million fund to support sustainable in marine and fisheries project. The bond was signed by World Bank. Its impact was expansion of marine protected areas, improved fishery management, which include the sustainable fishing, and affordable loans to the locals so that they can also grow and help in the growth of economy. The main challenge was the implementation and the monitoring of the projects and the weak government policies. The other case study was of Fiji. Fiji is a 300 small island state. Majorly, the agriculture is of sugarcane, but the major problems in the Fiji were high population, pollution, and deforestation and climate change. The rising sea level is a major concern, with the sea level rising 59 centimeters per year. And the rising surface temperature, the sea surface temperature is causing the polar bleaching. That's why the blue finance is very important in the Fiji. The other case study we took was of Bahamas. Bahamas is basically focused on tourism and fishing, and the Blue Economy Roadmap is launched to attract the over-focused investment, the public-private partnership funds, marine conservation, and ecotourism. The challenges in implementation of blue finance. There is a very limited access to the capital, as very few investors are willing to invest, as it's a very new concept. The policy and regulatory gaps are very high, as SIDs are a very small group of islands with a very weak government policies. The monitoring and accountability is really tough, as these areas are highly in depth and have a very weaker government, and there is a lot of economic risk as rising of sea level and the rising of temperature, which can affect the agricultures and the other financial activities in these areas. What is the future of blue finance in small island developing states? Expanding integration with the climate finance, using blockchain for financial transparency, encouraging private sector investment, and strengthening the legal framework. I like to conclude by saying that blue finance balances the ocean conservation with the economic growth. SIDs need long-term investment, not short-term aids, in order to maintain their financial needs and in order to grow and maintain the sustainability of the oceans and the environment. Strong policies and global collaboration are very crucial for this. Thank you.
Idea, and I really like and appreciate the way you have presented and your
Thank you,
team.
sir.
Congratulations. And the only thing that you have highlighted the challenges. This needs to be a viable project for investment, because the debt can be unsustainable. And then also we also have some white elephant projects. A lot of investing, but not cash flows
Yes.
coming in. And there is also risks that you have highlighted. So very well done. You should explore further. Go ahead with your plans for regression and explore further and go in depth. Try to develop a financing model that is attractive enough, that can be proposed for, and this can become a universal thing, because a lot of countries have such island structures where they can attract initial investment and then generate revenues later on through tourism, so that it becomes a viable model and government does not have to always intervene to finance that. If it becomes viable and profitable project, private capital is abundant in the
Yes.
world today, it will naturally come.
Yes, sir.
Chalo, all the best.
Thank you for your observation, sir. We'll work on it.
Now I would like to invite our seventh author of whose paper ID is 113, Mr. Abhijoy Bashak. May I have a round of applause for him? Abhijoy.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Abhijoy Basag, and I have Saksham with me. And today I'll be presenting on the role of green finance in sustainable development. Green finance is a crucial driver of economic growth while ensuring environmental sustainability. Let's explore the mechanisms, benefits, and challenges in depth. Introduction. Green finance facilitates the transition to a low carbon economy by funding projects that mitigate environmental risks. It includes investments in renewable energy, green infrastructure, and ESG corporate policies. The financial sector plays a key role in directing capital towards sustainable growth. The research methodology used in this paper consists of a mixed approach and studying existing case studies. It examines the current trends in sustainable finance, including financial instruments, policies, and regulatory framework regarding the same. Importance of green finance in the global economy. Green finance is essential for addressing climate change and achieving economic resilience. It ensures that capital outflows align with sustainability objectives while promoting long-term stability. By funding clean energy, sustainable infrastructure, and carbon reduction projects, financial institutions can help mitigate global environmental risks. It also supports the UN sustainable goals by driving investment towards a more sustainable future. While these solutions may be expensive initially, achieving scale can effectively reduce the costs, making them more accessible and impactful in the long run. A variety of financial instruments drive green finance. Green bonds support renewable energy projects, while ESG investments encourage responsible corporate behavior. Sustainability linked loans incentivize companies to meet environmental targets by offering favorable terms based on the sustainability performance. Carbon pricing mechanisms such as emissions trading schemes provide financial incentives for companies to reduce their carbon footprint. Green bonds have gained significant traction worldwide with over 1.05 trillion issued to date. Bonds issued to date. The European Union has led the charge in setting clear standards. They issued the first ever next generation green bond in 2021, raising $12 billion to fund clean energy, sustainable transport, and climate resilience projects across member states. But challenges such as high compliance costs and greenwashing risks persist. Addressing these issues will be key to scaling the green bond adoption globally. ESG investments have surged as investors prioritize sustainability. Companies with strong ESG policies tend to outperform their peers in the long run. However, regulatory challenges and inconsistent reporting needs to be addressed to ensure meaningful impact. Rapid growth of ESG investment funds are one part. Higher long-term returns from ESG strong companies, and there are some challenges also. Despite the growing interest in ESG investments, accurately measuring and verifying ESG impact is a significant regulatory challenge. There is no universal standard for ESG reporting, leading to inconsistencies in disclosures where companies exaggerate their ESG commitment. Slide. And now Saksham will take over.
Good morning, everyone. Coming to major barriers to green finance adoption, despite its potential, green finance faces significant barriers. The absence of uniform standards makes it difficult for investors to access the credibility of green investment. Additionally, the higher upfront cost of sustainable projects and limited access to green financing in emerging markets hinder the large-scale adoption. Furthermore, greenwashing practices where companies falsely claim to be environmentally friendly erode trust and complicate the investment landscape. Global standardization ensures consistent financing practices, definitions, and matrices for better evaluation and capital allocation. Stronger transparency, including clear environmental impact and sustainable disclosure, builds the trust and mitigates greenwashing risks. Targeted incentives like tax breaks and preferential credit lower financial barriers for green projects and encourage innovation. Technological advancements such as AI and blockchain are expected to enhance transparency and efficiency in green finance. Investors' interest in sustainability continues to grow, and stricter regulation will shape the future of sustainable financial markets. To conclude, green finance is just an emerging trend. It is an essential for sustainable future. While challenges remain, targeted policies and innovation and collaboration must sustain. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. It was a good topic that you picked. My one question to the group is, you have mentioned and I have asked this question to another group also. So how do you think this AI and blockchain, the emerging technologies that you have talked about, will help in future ESG and sustainability aspects? Yeah.
So, ma'am, the main advantage which AI provides is it helps in risk assessment and more importantly, fraud detection. As ma'am, we discussed in the PPT, there are companies greenwash and they overcome it. They over exaggerate their commitments. AI can help us detect these inconsistencies and make this whole system more accountable.
What about blockchain?
Ma'am, this blockchain would help in the financial sides where the transactions can be accounted for properly. The smart contracts and decentralized carbon trading can be achieved with this. For example, ma'am, it can help a more unified approach towards global.
How do you think these corporates or these companies that you talked about are greenwashing things? Any
So, ma'am,
example that you can quote?
Yes, ma'am. For example, there are many companies, there are some cafe norms where, for example, car companies have to follow. So instead of them taking the plunge and developing batteries, they, ma'am, pay Tesla and it offsets their fleet emissions. And that way they are allowed to sell cars in certain countries where emissions are strict.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much.
Now, I would like to call upon our eighth author of the track, whose paper ID is 108, Miss Sakshi Goswami. May I have a round of applause for her, please?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sakshi Goswami, along with my co-members, Ms. Anjali Rathore, Sejal Arora, and Priya Thakur, and we are honored to be here. It is my absolute pleasure to welcome you all to the International Finance Conference on Green to Blue Finance. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our distinguished speakers and panelists who have taken the time to join us, and a special thank you to our Professor Namita Sahai ma'am. So our topic is the role of corporate social responsibility in achieving Sustainable Development Goal 13 and 14. Before understanding the role of corporate social responsibility, we should understand what Sustainable Development Goals are. The Sustainable Development Goals are a set of 17 global sets set by the United Nations in 2015. They aim to address the world's most pressing challenges, including poverty, inequality, gender inequality, environmental degradation, peace, and justice. Okay. Okay, thank you. SDG 13 requires the world to take urgent action to combat climate change and its impact. Climate change is no longer a distant threat. It is a reality shaping our world today. From rising global temperatures and extreme weather events, the responsibility lies with corporations, government, and individuals to reduce carbon footprints, invest in renewable energy, and drive sustainable innovation. SDG 14 includes life below water. Conserve and sustainably use the ocean, seas, and marine resources for sustainable development. Our oceans covering 71% of the Earth's surface, and in crisis, SDG 14 focuses on preserve marine ecosystems, reducing pollution, and promoting sustainable use of ocean resources. Now I would like to call my co-member, Ms. Anjali, to take forward the presentation.
Role of CR in SDG 13 and SDG 14, corporate social responsibility. CSR plays a big role in helping businesses contribute to two important sustainable development goals: SDG 13, climate action, and SDG 14, life below water. How CSR helps with SDG 13? Business impact the environment through pollution, carbon emissions, and energy used by adopting CRS. How CRS helps with SDG 14, life below water, reducing plastic use, improving ocean clean project to remove waste, supporting sustainable finishing, use eco-friendly material that do not harm sea creatures. Why this is important? Protecting the environment benefits everyone, including businesses, employees, and customers. Companies that cares about sustainable builds a better reputation and gain customer trust. A healthy planet ensures a better future for the next generation. CRS allows businesses to take responsibility for their actions and make a positive impact on the world. Sustainable Development Goals SDGs are 17 global goals set for a united nation, create a better and more sustainable future for everyone. The goal is addressing like poverty, health, education, climate change, and environment protection. The conclusion is integrating corporate social responsibility is essential for achieving SDG 13 and SDG 14 by adopting sustainable practices. Businesses can make a significant impact on climate action and ocean conservation. The journey towards sustainability is ongoing, a collective efforts, the crucial for success.
Done. Thank you, ma'am. Nice. My question to you is, what methodology have you followed while doing this research? What is the methodology?
Ma'am, the main methodology is to just clean the energy, reduce.
You understand research method? How you have reached to the conclusion? What are the steps that you have followed for conducting this research? What is it?
Good morning, ma'am. Ma'am, we have used various platforms like Google, some research on AI, etc., to make this presentation. And ma'am, we are already ongoing. The process is ongoing, making the paper. So we are on the research.
So what do you call it? You call it quant or you call it qual?
Yes, ma'am.
You call it quantitative. Have you done some quantitative analysis or it is qualitative?
Ma'am, it is quantitative.
It is quantitative.
I've
You have,
Yes.
yeah.
Talk about any kind of statistical analysis that you performed on any industry. So you haven't done any of that.
Okay, ma'am.
Right? So you need to do that.
Okay, ma'am.
That's very important. That's what math observation is. Why she's asking this question is because she wants you to incorporate that.
Yes,
Right?
ma'am.
Because research is what you are going to be. What you have done on this. These are the information that is there already.
Yeah.
Yes.
What is the value?
Your contribution, yes. What extra body of literature or something you have added? That is what research is, no?
Yes.
So what is it that you have done? Because this information is readily available there, right? So some value addition, some inputs from your side, that is required here, right? So
Yes.
work on that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
A starting step could be that you can start with case studies of companies that have incorporated CSR into the SDG 13 and 14, and you can start with their examples. And then also, if you go deep, then you will find some companies which are saying that they are using CSR to support
Yes,
SDGs, but
I
they are.
read about them.
Ah.
Infosys and Nike are working on them.
So you can use them as case studies. That can be a starting point, and the
Okay.
approach will be qualitative.
Okay, sir.
Okay,
Thank you
quantitative
so
is
much.
when you have variables.
Thank you,
and
ma'am,
then-
for your recommendations. We'll work on. Thank you.
all the time that you have spent with your young minds.
Now I would like to call upon ninth author of the track, whose paper ID is 111, Miss Sonal Garg. May I have a round of applause for her?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Vansh, and she's in my team. Today, we are going to talk about public sector investment in blue finance. So, we are going to talk about risk and opportunities. This study explores how financial institution and investors contribute to and ocean sustainability while balancing profitability. So here's the introduction. Blue finance refers to the investment that supports marine conservation and ocean-based economic activities while ensuring financial sustainability. Why it is important? 40% of the global population lives near coasts. 80% of world trade depends on the seas. However, existing frameworks focus more on sustainability and less on financial integration, creating creating investment gaps. Research questions: how can private sector's investments align profitability with sustainability in blue finance? There are three research objectives: investigate private sector's investment in blue finance, identify key risks and opportunities, understand how private investment balances financial returns with sustainability. Financial instruments in blue finance. The private sector plays a crucial role in bridging the financial gap through blue bonds, fund ocean sustainability projects similar to green bonds, equity investment, focus ocean sustainability projects similar to green bonds, equity investment, focus on sustainability fisheries, offshores, energy and coastal tourism, sustainable funds include ESG driven portfolios investing in ocean related businesses. Research approach. Our study takes a qualitative approach analyzing financial flows from 2017 to 2021. Finding indicates that funding is concentrated in Europe and Central Asia, focusing on business development and renewable marine energy. Social equity concerns arise as many developing coastal nations struggle to access funds. Key risk in blue finance. Investing in blue finance comes with challenges categorized into three areas: regulatory and environmental risk, lack of clear framework, and risk of resource exploitation. Financial risk, uncertain valuation of marine assets and investors' skepticism, political and operational risk, resistance from local communities, and unstable governance. Example: the Nature Conservancy debt for marine swaps raised concerns over blue washing, where financial optics outweigh actual environmental benefits. Opportunity in blue finance. Despite the risk, blue finance presents lucrative opportunities. High growth sectors, offshore wind, sustainability, fisheries, and ecotourism show strong investment potential. Financial innovation. Blue bonds, blended finance, and blue insurance are emerging models. Public-private partnership (PPS) collaboration can drive large-scale investments. Sustainability impact, meeting SDG 14, life below water. requires $5 billion in public investments over the next decade. Our research highlights real-world case studies. Schiller's 2018 Blue Bond, a landmark investment balancing sustainability with commercial returns. Bahamas Blue Finance Strategy, post-hurricane recovery funding tied to ecosystem restoration. Africa Blue Economy, high potential but face financial barriers. Key takeaway. For Blue Finance to work, financial institution must integrate sustainability within financial decision making. Future of Blue Finance. The future of Blue Finance relies on risk mitigation, clear policies, and better financial safeguards. New Blue Finance instruments, expansion of Blue Insurance and coastal adaptation bonds. Technology and finance. Blockchain and tokenized blue assets can increase transparency. So we come to the conclusion. To summarize, Blue Finance is a growing investment avenue that balances profitability and sustainability. While regulatory and financial risk remain innovative, investment tools provide solutions. The private sector must lead in creating sustainable investment framework to project marine ecosystem while achieving financial returns. So here's a final thought. A resilient blue economy requires strategic private sector investment, financial innovation, and strong regulatory frameworks. Thank you everyone for your time. I'm happy to take any questions.
You have gone through the literature very well and brought out the key points very nicely. And I think if you can follow it up with some empirical or case study based research, that would augment the quality of work greatly. But the highlights that, including the vulnerability, the private sector investment, all of that has been brought out very well. Congratulations. Thank you.
Sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Any instance of blue washing, since you mentioned this term blue washing? So any example or anything that comes to your mind? Yeah, we heard of, I thought we'll be enlightened a bit about blue washing. Yeah. Yes.
Ma'am, actually we are working on this research. So
All right.
yeah.
To do a little more research on that and add to this.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Now, I would like to call our last author of track 1, whose paper ID is 121, Dr. Shushma Maurya. May I have a round of applause for her, please?
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Dr. Sushma Maurya, Associate Professor from Janki Devi Memorial College, University of Delhi. And the topic of my paper is, do firm-specific factors matter for ESG performance disclosure? Evidence from environmentally sensitive sectors in India. So directly coming to the objectives, because of paucity of time, I'm limiting my presentation to certain important points. What are the objectives of my study? To know the effect of different firm characteristics like age, size, government ownership, profitability, leverage, liquidity, promoter ownership, and internationality on the sustainability or ESG performance disclosure of the listed companies which are operating in environmentally sensitive industries in India, and to examine the impact of these firm characteristics on different dimensions of ESG performance disclosure as well, which is environmental, social, and governance disclosure. And finally, to offer policy implications to different stakeholders based on the results in case of environmentally sensitive industries for considering firm-specific factors to improve their ESG performance disclosure. Next. Here is a brief snapshot of the literature review, although I have done extensive literature review in Indian context and the foreign context. Due to limitation of time, I'm skipping this part. Coming to my research hypothesis, there are 8 research hypotheses. Briefly, I can say that most of the variables are hypothesized to have a positive relationship with the sustainability disclosure, overall sustainability disclosure, as well as the different pillars of the sustainability disclosure, like firm age, firm size, government ownership, leverage, liquidity, profitability, and international operations. All are hypothesized to have a positive relationship based on the available literature and the theories, agency theory, stakeholder theory, legitimacy theory, and so on. Only one variable, that is promoter ownership, is hypothesized to have a negative influence. Now, what is the sample and the data sources? The present study is purely empirical in nature, based on secondary data, and the sample is drawn from top 500 Indian companies listed on S&P BSE index, and the sample comprises 43 companies from environmentally sensitive sectors in India. And the data for dependent variables of the study is collected from Thomson Reuters Refinitiv Icon database on various dimensions of ESG disclosure, and which is given over here. While the data for explanatory variables, that is the firm characteristics, which I have taken in my study, has been extracted from ProS IQ database, which is managed by CMI. And the study has considered the ESG scores of a period of 10 years starting from 2013 to 22, and it is using a short and balanced panel data. Next, research methodology. So the study has used panel data regression analysis for examining the relationship between the firm characteristics and ESG disclosure. And we have also employed diagnostic tests to detect the problems of multicollinearity, heteroscedasticity, or autocorrelation, so that we can ensure the robustness of the results. For choosing and applying the best fit model out of pooled OLS, random effect, and fixed effect model, the study employs a specification test like F-test, Hosman test, and Bruce-Pagan-Lagrange multiplier test. And we have also used robust standard errors, which is available in Stata software for computing standard errors based on Huber-White sandwich estimator of variance. And we have used Stata 16 for econometric analysis. These are the descriptive statistics of only continuous variables of my study. Because of limitation of time, I'm not able to interpret. If judges say, then I can explain that. Because I have to provide a snapshot of what work I have done. This is a Pearson correlation matrix for all the variables, where we can see that there is high correlation among the ESG disclosure as well as all its dimension. And there is also positive and significant correlation between age and the different pillars of ESG disclosure. I would be happy to explain more, but because of time, I have to rush. And now, what are the results of a specification test? In order to choose the best fit model out of the fixed effect or random effect model, we performed certain tests, and finally the conclusion was to choose the random effect model based on Hosman test. And while taking ESG combined score, this is ESG combined score as a dependent variable in the regression, all the test statistics of all specification tests are highly significant, which is given over here in the next table. This is the final output table of the panel data regression model based on random effect for all the 4 variables. This is ESG combined score, the first one, model 1, and model 2 for environmental pillar score, and 3 for social, and the last one, 4th, is for governance pillar. Here is the output presented. Let me interpret this output. Next. So what are the results? What is the impact on ESG combined score? As per the results of model 1, the firm characteristics like age, size, and leverage are found to have a significant impact. While the effect of age and size is positive, leverage is having a significant negative impact on the ESG disclosure. Next. Impact on the environmental pillar scores. More or less similar results were obtained for environmental pillar scores, where age and size is found to have a significant positive impact on the environmental performance of the selected companies at 1% level of significance. And the findings are also consistent with several studies given over here. These results do not support the other hypothesis. So the variables like government ownership, liquidity, promoter ownership, and international location are found to be insignificant. Next. What is the impact on social and governance pillar scores? So surprisingly, government ownership is found to have a negative impact on the governance performance disclosure of the ESI companies, although it is hypothesized that it might be having a positive impact on the same. And the results of model 3 shows that age, size, and liquidity have positive and significant impact on the social pillar of the ESG performance disclosure, which is in line with several other studies. Next. Now coming to the conclusion, the study reports in its finding that there exists a positive relation between age of a company and its ESG score, implying that older companies are having higher sustainability disclosure. Size is also a major factor, having a significant positive impact. That means larger companies are also expected to disclose more in terms of ESG performance. And the findings of study are consistent with several prior studies, which are given over here. Leverage, as measured by debt to equity ratio, has a significant negative impact on the sustainability performance disclosure of the ESI companies. Next. Similar results were also obtained for environmental dimension that I have already explained. I have already explained that government ownership is having a negative impact. So these results indicate that ESI companies in public sector are required to enhance their all types of sustainability disclosures, and in particular, the governance dimension. Characteristics of a firm like age, size, and liquidity have significant positive impact on the social dimension of ESG performance disclosure in India, while leverage has a negative impact. So it implies that older, bigger, and companies with more liquidity operating in environmentally sensitive industries tend to report more on the social dimension of sustainability performance disclosure, and the results are supporting the stakeholder and the legitimacy theory. What are the policy implications? So as the study focuses on the sustainability performance disclosure and its determinants in the case of ESI companies like energy and gas, chemical, oil, and mining companies, which are very sensitive sectors. So studying the effect of these firm characteristics on their disclosure will help the government, the Central Pollution Control Board, the Ministry of Environment, regulators, policymakers, and the sustainability practitioners to evolve more policies to gauge that which factors are actually impacting the ESG disclosure in such companies. So it has managerial implications as well that the managers can take into account. Limitation is that we are only focusing in on the ESI sector. The study may further be extended to cover financial sector, other sectors as well, banking sector. And the study has not considered corporate governance variables, because this is a separate area where we can in detail study the different corporate governance variables. I'm working on that. Further, a comparative analysis may also be undertaken between ESI and non-ESI firms, but it was beyond the scope of my study. Thank you so much. Any questions?
Congratulations, ma'am. And I think this is a great learning for all students, how the very comprehensive work, the pointers, the way ma'am has presented. It's a very good thing for you that she has presented. Ma'am, I just have two things to ask. One, that in the methodology, do you think that a lot of variables becoming insignificant, which should have been not insignificant? Have you checked for multicollinearity?
Yes. VIF factors were all less than 10.
And what do you hypothesize why the leverage is having and government ownership? The reason, what could be the reason?
Reason, yeah. I've not explored about the reason, but yeah, that was a surprising result, because we expected that it is having a positive impact. But I guess it can be that because government companies think that they are abiding by all the compliances, all the laws, so they may be reluctant about disclosing on the governance dimension, because they think that things are already taken care of. Because we are a government company, we have to comply by certain statutory laws and acts. So that may be the reason, but this is only just my guess. Thank you so much.
Question, ma'am.
Yeah.
I have a question. Because, we're also considering, papers for the special issue of the Oscillation Journal. Right. So my question is that, how is your study, different from the other studies? What is the new dimension that you've added in your study? Because,
From different studies in which area, ma'am?
No, I mean, on the same theme. So my question is that, like what is the extra dimension or a variable, or if you could just highlight the gap here.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, very good question, ma'am. Thank you for this. I have taken environmentally sensitive sectors in India. If you go into the literature, you will find a handful of studies, probably 5 or 6. One of the work is by Kumari, and that is 2021, and the latest one by Narolia and Sapra in 2023, and that is also a very micro level study. In this study, I have taken 8 variables.
Okay.
And I have concentrated on ESI sectors within India, where there are 43 companies coming from 10 different sectors. And we are analyzing the impact of firm characteristics on particularly ESI sectors, for which there is a lot of gap in the literature. There are very limited studies, particularly in this context in India.
Thank you so much.
Thank
So we look.
Yeah.
Yeah, congratulations, Susmita ma'am. But
Thank
you know, as a researcher, the major issues which I found in this study is it's in a panel data, right?
It's a?
You worked on panel data.
Yes.
So you test some multicollinearity, heterogeneity, but the literature suggests that the major problem in the panel data is endogeneity. The result which Arnav is pointing out, most of your variable are insignificant. That might be you are not testing the endogeneity. What do you mean by endogeneity? You are saying ki these are the 8 or 9 variables which can impact the performance, ESG performance and other performance. But I'm arguing that might be some variable which are inherent, or there might be an inverse relationship, reverse causality between the dependent independent variable. So until unless if you don't test the endogeneity, it's next to impossible to publish the article on panel data.
But sir, what about the literature which is already there based on static panel data regression without testing for endogeneity?
No. If you see the good papers, you will find all that, because there is no need to check the heterogeneity in the panel data. It's automatically take care of. It's the characteristics of panel data itself like that. And the multicollinearity issue is only you need to check in panel data.
No, serial correlation also we need to check.
Autocorrelation, but if your panel is so much long, you talk about it's a short panel. But if the panel is not so long, then the autocorrelation does not required on that. And another suggestion.
Yes.
Take care of autocorrelation.
That is what I am saying. That is to ensure the robustness of the results.
Yeah, what we are saying, autocorrelation, heterozygosity, if you take on a robust standard, it's automatically take care of.
We have taken robust standard errors just to cure these problems because we found serial correlation in the data.
Right, ma'am. What we are saying ki endogeneity is an important aspect. And another thing is.
Then can you suggest some test for, are you talking about system GMM?
No, system endogeneity have a 3 types.
Yeah, it's not a
It's a
dynamic
short
panel.
panel. So you need to identify your problem, the causal problem exists which kind of endogeneity. Endogeneity can be caused by 3 regions. And for every region, you need to obtain the different approach altogether. And another suggestion, ma'am, is because you are saying that these are the impact of 8 variable on performance, and you are not including the corporate governance, means you are not including the control variable. So tomorrow the reviewer may be asked, why the control? I'm saying that there is an effect of medicine on my weight. But what if I am doing the exercise? If I'm not controlling the effect of exercise, I can't identify that's in a causal relationship. These are the 2 suggestions which I want.
Okay, sir. Well taken. Sir, regarding the corporate governance variable, I just want to say something. Thank you for the suggestion. Very valuable comment sir has given regarding the corporate governance, because sir, there is a separate area which caters to the corporate governance variables. I got your point. You are saying it is an important variable, which I should have taken. But there are many factors. There are n number of form factors. Can we take all of them? Okay.
So it might be a corporate governance variable or it might be another. You need to go through the literature and you need to justify.
Actually, based on literature, I have selected these
This
variables
eight-
and
So what I'm trying to say is there is a medicine, the effect of medicine on disease. So I cannot establish the causal relationship because this medicine control this disease until or unless I control for the if I'm doing exercise or not.
got it, sir. Thank
Control
you so
variable
much.
is very much.
Okay, sir. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you, sir, for your valuable inputs, ma'am. I hope you will incorporate that in your paper for sending the full paper.
Yeah.
So after all the observations, I'm sure the paper will look very different and much more meaningful. And thank you for the wonderful presentation.
Thank you so much,
Thank
ma'am.
you.
Thank you.
I think this was students. We can felicitate our panelists for the first track, and then we have here.
A big thank you to all our presenters for their insightful presentation and their patience. Now I would like to call our esteemed guest, Mr. Arnav Kumar, for their valuable insights.
Many congratulations to Namita ma'am and to all of you. You have started on a research journey. Today, the most powerful thing is knowledge. Knowledge and research in this area of climate change and blue ocean is what forced all the heads of nations to commit to Paris climate change deal. So keep working in this area. And now that the theme is defined, you have provided the basic framework. Build upon it, as we have suggested in many papers, through qualitative or quantitative research, and bring out some advices, some recommendations that can be put into practice. The foundation is there, you have the platform, and the great initiative to involve students and young researchers to present papers in such a platform. Congratulations to ma'am and the department. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Ma'am, would you like?
I would like to request Namita ma'am to honor our guests with the mementos.
Ma'am.
सर लंच में थोड़ा सा करके उसके बाद में साथ सेशन आइए सर वहाँ तक मेरा सेशन अभी बस और ये ना लैपटॉप की सर हाँ उसको कर देना बेटा ये ध्यान रखो मेरा लैपटॉप लेना वो हम दे देंगे वो हम कल तक देंगे हाँ बना रहे हैं कल तक देंगे
अरे मजाक कर रहा हूँ यार मैं इधर अपने
यूएसए में देखा है अरे
session chairs, Mr. Professor Amit Kumar and Professor Neeraj Kumar Shirawat for sparing their time and effort in the session. And before we dive in, I would like to briefly explain about the objectives of the session. Which one is first one, to strengthen the industry academia bond and enhance collaborative and meaningful research on issues of current relevance, to expose the participating delegates to the emerging technologies through presentations and panel discussion, provide networking opportunities to delegates on a visual platform, and to organize experts talk by domain expert of global eminence through interactive webinars for a panoramic overview on advances in their domain. I would like to call upon our first presenter, Ms. Sudiksha. Yeah. Ms. Sudiksha to come up and present here for their presentation. May I have a huge round of applause for her, please?
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I, Fatima Zahir, along with Sudiksha Srivastav and Ashwini, are here to present our ongoing research on the topic, the role of blue finance in sustainable economy development. How many of you love beaches and oceans? Maybe you have been to beach, gone diving, or just enjoyed seafood. Now imagine if those experiences may disappear because we didn't take care of our oceans. Scary, right? Our oceans are not just about vacations and seafood. They are a massive part of global economy. And we are here to talk about blue economy, a way to grow business and create jobs while protecting marine ecosystems. The purpose of this study is, our goal today is to answer 3 questions. First, how does the blue economy work? Second, what are the biggest challenges and sustainable solutions? Third, how can finance, policy, and technology help? The research methodology we used are, to dive into the topic, we used literature review using the reports from the UN, World Bank, and FAO, which stands for Food and Agriculture Organization. We also did data analysis, examining the economic impact of blue finance, and case study, learning the real world success stories. Our research is backed by facts, not just by theories. So let's start. Think of a blue economy as a bank account. If we only withdrew without depositing, we'll eventually go bankrupt, right? According to Bennett et al., 2020, blue finance plays a vital role in protecting marine life while boosting the economy too. But why do we need special finance for the ocean? Because as FAO 2020 says, our seas are in trouble. Overfishing, plastic waste, and climate change are pushing to the brink. The OECD 2019 emphasizes that policies aligned with SDG 14, life below water, are key to sustainability. And here's the exciting part. UNEP 2020 shows that technology like AI and satellite monitoring is already transforming the oceans. So, what does this tell us? A thriving ocean economy isn't just a dream. It's achievable with the right investments and policies. The key components of the economy are, first, sustainable fisheries and aquaculture. Can we fish without depleting the fish stock? Yes, if we do it responsibly. Marine renewable energy. What if we could power the cities using the ocean? Tidal and offshore wind energy can make that happen. Third, marine tourism. Have you ever heard of ecotourism? Visiting coral reefs, coastal areas in a way that helps, not harm the environment. Maritime transport. Did you know that 90% of the global trade happens via ships? Greener shipping can cut emissions and protect our oceans. Marine biotechnology. The ocean holds solution for medicine, food, and even sustainable materials. Next, environmental impacts and sustainable challenges. Overfishing, pollution, climate changes are the main impacts. But here's the good news. Conservation zones, sustainable fishing, and ocean cleaning technologies are already making a difference. Blue finance and investment mechanisms. Blue bonds. Just like the companies issues bonds, countries can issue blue bonds to fund the conservation of marine life. The Seashell Blue Bond 2018 is the great success story. Next is Impact Investment Fund. Private investors fund eco-friendly ocean projects and they make money while saving the planets. Public-private partnerships. Governments and businesses join force together to fund the marine conservation. Government policies and framework. Let's be honest. Without strong policies, none of this will work. SDG 14 is a global goal for protecting our oceans, but every country needs a strong policy. Governments can enforce fishing regulations to stop illegal activities. We need international corporations because oceans problem does not stop at borders. Technological innovations in the blue economy are. Technology is making a splash in ocean conservation. Here's how. AI and satellite monitoring helping detect illegal fishing and marine pollutions, offshore wind and tidal energy. The ocean can generate clean energy without harming the planet. Sustainable aquaculture. Fish farms that don't destroy ecosystems. The future is bright if we use the tools wisely. Now, for better understanding, we also studied some of the case studies. Here are them. Seashell Blue Bond funded sustainable fishing while growing the economy. Caribbean Marine Fund helped restore coral reefs and marine life. Ocean Cleanup Project had removed millions of plastic waste from the oceans. Moving onwards, we have statistical insights and future projections. The blue economy already contributes $3 trillion annually to the global economy. More than 350 million people depends on ocean-based jobs. By 2035, blue finance investments could reach 340 billion. I request to please show the graph which depicts this as well, where this one. Here is the trend forecasting for the blue finance, which proves this point. By 2035, we'll be reaching $340 billion. Sustainable fisheries alone generate $150 billion per year. What does this mean? The blue economy isn't just a concept, it's a growing reality. Key recommendations are stronger Thank you so much.
Hello. Hello.
Yeah, thanks Fatima, Sudiksha and Asuni. Although two of you not get chance to speak, but we can, memorize or we can analyze how Fatima speak well and she explained the concept. Both of you are very par with her as well. So it's nice to, and it's really a good idea to see this blue ocean strategies and how blue finance work. So my only suggestion is try to develop more scientific research on that. And if you face any kind of difficulty, you can connect with us anytime.
Sure, sir. And we'd also love to connect with you on LinkedIn as well.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that's why. So business comes out of economics only. So I generally say economics is a mother of commerce, business, and everything.
All social sciences.
All social sciences.
So every discipline of finance has come out of economics only, right? Just to give an example, what we call as a degree of financial leverage is nothing but an elasticity concept. Finance, they just name it differently. My suggestion would be, since you are a master student, and if you can take a few papers, right? And for example, you are giving certain recommendations, this is happening, and according to this should be done.
Yes, sir.
You can do a small meta-analysis or maybe a systematic literature review, which a lot of UG and PG kids are doing. So there are certain softwares, just go to YouTube and you watch 3-4 videos.
So it might seem what is meta-analysis, not that tough, especially for you kids, because you people are very enterprising in doing things. So just go and if you can just in future, in a month or two, you can incorporate these things. You can have a proper paper, right?
Okay, sir. Sure, we'll include them. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Evaluation sheet. Okay.
Now I would like to call our second author for our track, whose paper ID is 107, Miss Surbhi Dikshit. May I have a round of applause for her, please?
Hello everyone, myself Mohita Rastogi. My teammate Amit Sharma and Surbhi Dikshit is not available with us today. Our topic of research is role of technology in enhancing the effectiveness of research CSR initiatives of fintech firms in India. So just give me 1 second. For the disturbance.
You can continue. You know, there's a little problem with the presentation. You have the presentation with you.
Yes, ma'am.
So you can continue. That's.
Sorry for the disturbance. So our topic is role of technology in enhancing the
You have to be
effectiveness.
louder, bring the mic closer to you.
Yeah, hold on, hold on. Don't worry. Am I audible now? Sorry for the disturbance again. Our topic is role of technology in enhancing the effectiveness of CSR initiatives of fintech firms in India. Basically, CSR is a business model that helps company be socially accountable to itself, its stakeholders, and the public. And along with it, financial technology or fintech is used to describe new technology that seeks to improve and automate the delivery and use of financial services. At its core, fintech is fintech is utilized to help companies, business owners, and consumers better manage their financial operations, processes, and lives by utilizing specialized technology, software, and algorithms that are used on computers and increasingly now on smartphones as well. CSR fintech firms are playing a crucial role in enhancing the effectiveness of CSR initiatives, and we have like and the basic characteristics of fintechs have always been around innovation and contribution of and contribute positively towards sustainability. A brief history of CSR in India and fintech. So in India, CSR was initially adopted as an inclusive as part of the 11th five-year plan. In 2007, it was basically a recommendation and not a mandate as such that it is currently now. It evolved in 2009 as voluntary guidelines on corporate social responsibility. Okay. ठीक है. Then in 2009, Parliamentary Standing Committee on Finance 21st report on Companies Bill 2009 was introduced. Still, it was not a mandate, and the companies were advised to only participate in CSR activities. Then national voluntary guidelines were introduced to improve social, environmental, and economic responsibilities of the company in 2011, and then business responsibilities reporting. Currently, we follow the 2014 mandate under mandatory provision of CSR under Section 135 of Companies Act. And about the brief history of fintech, basically it began in around in the 19th century with the transatlantic cable and Morse code for telegraph and to send telegraph electronically. It was first introduced in the 19th century. Then came the ATM cards and rise of e-commerce, which included the setup of NASDAQ. First time, the first electronic exchange. Now we are in the fintech 3.0. And in future, we are going for fintech 3.5. This is a brief data description. The fintech firms in India are growing at a fast pace, 30% in the investment tech, 27% in fintech, and etc. And they are supposed to further increase by 2030. And the other graph is about the CSR expenditure by top 10 companies in India. So as you can see, this is huge numbers, and we can expect good growth in India in this sector. We have opted for this study because the fintech firms are at the forefront because they are technology-based companies, and the financial sector itself is at the forefront of any development in any country. So so fintech firms are uniquely positioned, and the role of CSR we will be investigating the role of CSR firms in our study in India. Our research approach will include descriptive research design based on quantitative and qualitative data. There are over 10,000 fintech firms in India currently, and we will be taking a stratified sample of 10 firms, which will involve all kinds of like investment tech, insure tech, all sorts of financial technology firms. And we will be analyzing their CSR initiatives to see the actual impact they are creating and how well they are what kind of good initiatives they are undertaken. And we currently have collected gone through some existing literature reports and publications of the government. We have devised a questionnaire to reach out to the CSR managers, technology heads, and senior executives who control the CSR activities in the company. And we will be asking them questions and collecting data on that basis. Independent variable here is the technology. The effectiveness of CSR initiatives depends on the what kind of technology they are using. So that will be our dependent variable, and moderating variables will be firm size, regulatory environment, technological infrastructure, etc. These will impact how much the firm is able to invest in their CSR activities. So that's the moderating variables. Our research objectives are to explore the impact of fintech-driven CSR on financial inclusion, environmental sustainability, and digital accessibility, to analyze the role of technology in the effectiveness and the challenges and opportunities. I'm so sorry, I'm taking so much time.
It's fine, Surbhi. So it's
Mohita,
really,
sir. I'm sorry, Surbhi is not with us.
so
Mohita.
it's fine. So we understand your concept. So I think, see, he is calling you, your time is over. So we understand the concept. And ma'am, it's really a good idea. So can you take the previous slide?
Yes, sir.
This one. So do properly on this particular methodology approach, because the paper which I seen the student are presenting, this is more of research oriented presentation, right? But we would like to work with you. For example, you written independent variable. So let's say technology, but how to measure the technology? Because when you do the research, you need a number.
Yes, sir.
And then you say, okay, dependent variable, effectiveness of CSR, metrics like reach, how to capture the reach. You have initial good idea, and I must congratulate for that. And we can develop this paper slowly when you go through the literature, understanding the language or research, then you developed it. It's really a commendable job.
Thank you so much, sir.
So this was actually on the lines of developing a research paper. It was more of like, I would say, somebody who has joined PhD or MPhil. So on those lines, and very nicely prepared. Same suggestions what sir was telling you. So if you're going for a questionnaire based analysis, then probably you have to look for a standard questionnaire which can capture these elements. Or if you are going for a secondary database analysis, then what sir was telling, that you have to identify those measures or proxy variables which can actually capture the values. For example, in case when we say firm performance. So I'll end with this. So firm performance can be measured through various variables. So whether you want to look at profit, within profit also there are various types of profits. So simply saying technology will not help. How do you capture or quantify the technology part?
The profit is specified at
No,
the-
I was just giving you an example. So all these variables which you have written, you have to quantify them,
Yes, sir.
right? So when you're saying technology, how do you measure technology? So this is actually a very good, I would say, a first draft of how you're going to go ahead with the research. More than my expectation, I would say, at this UG or PG level, right? So all the best for future.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. डेवलप कराओ मैडम, डेवलप कराओ, और अगर कोई गाइडेंस की जरूरत हो ना, प्रॉपर्ली गाइड.
I would like to call upon our third author for our track ID with paper ID 104, Mr. Nishant Goyal. And I request the presenters, once you hear the alarm, you get only 2 minutes to wind up your presentation. Thank you.
It comes straight away on the rationale and the objectives. Aditya and Manisha are saying.
Good afternoon, sir and ma'am present here. Myself, Manisha Kumari, and my team member are presenting on.
Please keep the mics closer.
Good afternoon, ma'am and sir present here. Myself, Manisha Kumari, and my team member are presenting on. Topics are the influence of investor sentiments on green finance market. The influence of investor sentiment on green finance market. This presentation delves in the profound impact of investor sentiments on the dynamic landscape of green finance market. We will explore investor attitudes, shape market trend, drive investment decision, and influence the growth potential of sustainable project. These analyses aim to provide insight into predicting market movements and understanding the critical role of investor confidence in fostering a sustainable finance market. Green finance investment is especially directed towards sustainable projects, integrated and environmentally conscious in investors. These investment aim to generate positive environmental outcomes alongside financial return, supporting transitions to a low carbon economy. Investor sentiments, the collective attitude, emotions, and belief of investor that influence their investment decision and market movements. These sentiments can driven by various factors, including economics, news, social trend, and policy change. Importance: understanding investor sentiments is crucial for predicting market trend and assigning the growth potential of green finance. Positive sentiments can drive investment, while negative sentiments can lead to market decline. Overview of green finance market. Rapid growth. The growth finance market has experienced a rapid expansion drive by increasing environmental awareness and the urgent need for sustainable development. Global Green Bond.
So, so overview of green finance market. There are key components by using green finance market. First, rapid growth. As green finance market has experienced rapid expansions driven by increasing environmental awareness and the urgent need for sustainable development. This growth reflects a global commitment to addressing climate change and promoting responsible investment practices. The key players playing in green finance market, like government corporations and institutional investors, which play a pivotal role in driving the green finance agenda. Their collective efforts are essential for mobilizing capital and fostering innovation in sustainable solutions. Third, global green bond market is a type of green finance market in which they surpassed 500 billion in 2023 and showcasing the growing popularity of green bonds as a financial tool for eco-friendly projects. These bonds provide a mechanism for investors to support environmental initiatives while earning financial returns. Fourth, rise of ESG investment. Environmental, social, and governance is a factor are increasingly integrated into investment decisions, reflecting broader shift towards responsible and sustainable investing. This trend underscores the importance of considering non-financial factors in assessing investment risks and opportunities. Yeah. So types of green financial instruments. First, green bonds. As I say, the debt instrument is specifically earmarked the race for environmental friendly projects, and these bonds provides investors with a way to fund initiatives with positive environment and or climatic benefits. Green ETFs, exchange traded funds that focus on investing the companies with strong environmental practices. These ETFs offer diversified exposure to the green economy, showing innovation into support sustainability through their portfolios. Third, sustainable mutual funds. Investment funds and prioritize companies with high ESG ratings, integrating environment and social and governance factors in 4 investment strategies. And these funds attract investors who seek both financial returns and positive social impacts. Fourth, carbon credit. It also helps green financial investments to reduce the carbon footprint also. So, investor sentiments. The main objective of this paper is how to influence investor sentiments by providing such positive policies, regulations, and services which impact the investors to invest their hard money into a green finance economy. So first is environmental concern. As we see that climate change is a major concern in our world. So to reduce the to prevent from climate change and reduce the carbon footprint, we have to promote EVs policies and some renewable energies sector, which which mainly used for sustainable development in the economy. Second, social trends. As we see,
Yeah, it's fine, Aditya. It's fine. We understand your sentiments, what you trying to say. So we understand your sentiments as well. So topic wise, it's really a good topic. So how to investor sentiments affect the green or a green finance market. So you need to understand, right? You talking about the introduction and everything. So first you understand the term what is investor sentiments. So there are investor sentiment index as well in India. You can look that. Sentiments means whether the people are thinking about positive things about the market or negative, but how to capture those sentiments. So you can use existing investor sentiment index. Please have a look key what are the investor sentiment index. And another way is you can create your own investor sentiment index by taking certain proxy. That could be a second step. But I must congratulate, the topic is really a good, and this kind of topic are really touching the researcher in the area of finance as well. But in initial stage, I must appreciate your effort. Thank you, Aditya and Manisha.
Thank you so much.
I would sorry. I would like to call upon our fourth author for the track whose paper ID is 118, Mr. Dhruv Bharadwaj. May I have a round of applause for them, please?
So that we can, please conclude in 5 minutes the crux.
Yes, ma'am, we will. Sure. A very good afternoon. Today, I and Anya Seth with my co-member Aman will be discussing about the blue economy and how government policies and industrial clusters impact its development, especially in emerging economies. Our focus will be on case studies from India, Brazil, and South Africa. According to the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, the blue economy refers to the sustainable use of ocean resources for economic growth, improved livelihoods, and ocean ecosystem health. This includes industries such as fisheries, maritime transport, offshore energy, and marine biotechnology. Why is this important? Oceans cover 70% of our planet and contribute around $2.5 trillion to the global economy every year. However, challenges like overfishing, pollution, and climate change threaten marine sustainability. This is where government policies and industrial clusters play a crucial role. Our research aims to answer questions such as how do government policies support industrial clusters in the blue economy? What can we learn from case studies of India, Brazil, and South Africa? And what are the common challenges and best practices for policy success? Our first case study is the Sagarmala project of India, launched in 2015 to promote port-led development. The aim was to reduce logistics cost and enhance trade efficiency. It resulted in $82 billion invested in port and coastal infrastructure, resulting in improved trade efficiency and created 4 million jobs. Although the associated risks were of environment like coastal pollution and regulatory delays, which slowed down project execution. India made great progress in maritime trade, but sustainability concerns remain a challenge. The second case study, the Blue Amazon Strategy of Brazil, focuses on marine conservation and offshore energy, results in increased investments in offshore wind and wave energy, and strengthened marine biodiversity protection. The success of the strategy was hindered by weak enforcement of environmental laws,
and regulatory gaps create inefficiencies in resource management. The third case study, marine fisheries policies, introduced in 2019 in South Africa to ensure sustainable fishing and marine economy growth. The policy improved fisheries management through better regulation and increased marine protection zones to safeguard the biodiversity. But weak enforcement mechanisms, again, allowed illegal fishing and lack of international cooperation in marine resource governance. The case showed that even well-designed policies can struggle with enforcement issues. Over to Aman.
Good afternoon. So I'll talk about the case study comparisons between these three countries. The key takeaway is that while each country has made progress, regulatory inconsistency and sustainability remain constant challenges in these countries. Policies shape how countries manage ocean resources. Strong policies lead to economic growth and sustainability, while weak policies result in environmental damage and inefficiencies. The most successful policies integrate sustainability, innovation, and investment incentives to balance economic and environmental goals. So based on our findings, we recommend the following steps for emerging economies. First, regulatory harmonization, align ocean policies across countries, infrastructure investment, improve port connectivity and marine tech, uh, international cooperation, strengthen global partnerships, sustainability focus, incorporate climate resilience into policies. By implementing these recommendations, countries can maximize economic benefits while protecting marine resources for future generations. Conclusion. In conclusion, the blue economy holds immense potential for sustainable growth. Government policies and industrial clusters are essential for ensuring economic efficiency and marine conservation.
Yeah.
While India, Brazil, and South Africa have made progress, challenges like regulatory gaps and environmental sustainability must be addressed. With the right policies, the blue economy can be a powerful driver of development. Thank you.
Thank you, Aman and Ananya. Again, good effort. So it's a right approach, although it's not a proper research paper, but it's a right approach. You identify key government intervention and how it's impact the blue ocean strategy. Ananya start with the case studies. So through a successful story, you identify what are the failure and limitation of those cases. Then you find a kind of research gap, then collect some data and do some research and come with the recommendation. So you people are on right path. So do work on it on continue basis.
Yes, sir, definitely.
Thank you.
So I personally liked the way you manage time, right? So generally, I'm very bad at it. In any conference, you're given 6, 7, 8 minutes. Some conferences, they give you 25, 30 minutes. So I'm never able to manage time. I'm never able to complete. But sir has a very good strength in terms of storytelling. You give him 2 minutes, in 2 minutes, he'll tell the story, right? So that was good. Among all the presentations, I found it was more structured in terms of using or managing time, right?
Thanks, sir.
And the PPT was also very colorful. The only thing I would say is remove those animations, right? Or make it very quick, right?
Yes.
So reduce the time lapse between the animations.
Okay,
Thank
sir.
you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Now I would like to call upon the fifth author of the track, whose paper ID is 114. Paper ID 114. Mr. Sahil. May I have a round of applause?
Uh, Good afternoon, everyone. I, Sahil Nagpal, today is going to present on the title Financial Risk and Investment Strategies for Mitigating Climate Change Impacts on Ocean Ecosystems. My group members, the co-authors of this research, Pankaj Mehra and Tushar Yadav, were not able to come here. However, I would be able. I'm proceeding with this presentation, and I'm going to cover the key aspects of the research. I will be covering introduction, literature review, and research methodology. Since this is an ongoing research, the process of data collection is still going on. Introducing my title, this research is about finding the uh, financial risks that are there because of climate change, how it affects the marine life and biodiversity of ocean, and what policies and initiatives that the both public companies and private companies can take to mitigate those risks. So there is an example of a risk that in Western Australia, there's a coral reef that got bleached, and this is something recent, and it will cost some amount to the tourism industry, and it damaged the biodiversity near the Western Australia region. Strategic investment approaches can be taken by the government, both the public and private companies. They can have a partnership, and that there is a recent research institute in San Francisco that was going to shut down, and there are researchers in USA that are protecting, like they have this aim to protect the researchers there. Policies can be, as I mentioned before, policies can be mentioned for sustainable practices. Stakeholders of private companies can be engaged, and strategies can be determined that are both economical and profitable for the stakeholders. Talking about the literature of review, there are economic risks related to climate change, like declining fisheries, loss of tourism revenue, and there are market risks that are like the industry that are ocean based, that are also devaluing the assets. Strategies including renewable energy projects uh, can be can help in mitigating the financial risk related to ocean-based industries. Coming on to the research methodology, the type of research that we are having is qualitative, and it is a descriptive research based on secondary data resources. We'll be analyzing academic papers, reports from organizations like UN, World Bank, and there is also a United Nations environmental program. We are also going through that.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine, Sahil. So we identify what you're trying to say. So my only suggestion, you try it. The 3-step you are working, it's an initial stage. So the first stage, it's for you all, right? So when you say ki introduction, so one thing is I see ki lot of title are mentioned, but the writing is not that much how you represent your title. So it's in a best way, as Professor Aswadamodan so many times pointed out. When you try to sell something, title, it's catchy. Be it a title of a book, be it a title of a paper, be it a title of a case study. So write your title properly, then understand what are the term in that particular title is there. Then do a research. What do you mean by literature review? Do what already done on that particular topic. So you are doing on financial risk, investment strategy to mitigating the climate change risk. So you need to understand what do you mean by financial risk, how to measure it, what are the investment strategies, and all the terms. Then you need to identify in the introduction itself ki where is the gap, why this particular topic is important, right? Then comes to the literature review ki what people earlier say about on it, then comes to your research design, how you are going to answer those three things. So the 3 step is that much required, right? Otherwise, it's a good step and be clear out on the term you use it in your paper.
More of this, that is given outside. So not a literature review on this, already past existing literature, the gap, and then, work on that gap. Simply, as Sir rightly pointed out, that you should identify the gap in the introduction itself, so that you can create a research design based on it. Right? So, good effort.
Thank you, Sai.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I'd like to call upon the sixth author of our track, whose paper ID is 115, Mr. Arnav and Ayush Nagar. May I get a round of applause?
A very good afternoon to the esteemed judges. A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is I, Arnav Kumar Sharma and Ayush Nagar on behalf of our team to represent our research paper on green finance and its effect on the performance of banks. Okay. As we start, let's just discuss the pinpoints. What is green finance? Sorry. Them to mobilize funds for which AI and blockchain are being heavily used now. Green financial impacts on green finance, profitability, stability, and the growth of banks. Please next one. Okay. Challenges that we counter, as discussed, are high cost, regulatory barriers, and market uncertainty. The opportunities include ESG investment growth, tech innovations, and government supports. I would like to mention the data as of the current market of green finance. It is about 4.18 trillion, but it is estimated to grow to $28.17 trillion by 2033. The hypotheses that we have undertaken for this research are the green finance adoption positively impacts the financial performances. Regulatory frameworks significantly influence the extent to which banks integrate green finance. The implementation of ECG principles in banking leads to increased investor trust and market competitiveness. High initial costs and regulatory barriers hinder the widespread adoption of green finance, and the technological advancements such as blockchain and AI enhance the efficiency and transparency of green finance. I would like to point that out that research is still underway, but the hypotheses are holding on true. And most probably, in the conclusion, we'll have a positive relation with the hypothesis. The research methodology uses is of qualitative research approach, utilizing existing literature, industry reports, and financial analysis from impact of green finance in banking sector. The data collection method is basically from journals, academic journals, industry reports,
Right or no?
Yeah.
Just don't hurry up. So again, the one of the second paper which I found in line with the real research. And please, as I told you, the title of the paper itself is a self-explanatory. So for you, I will give you a title, right? Write a title. So whenever you define to this research, you can write impact of green finance practices on profitability, stability, and growth of banks. Impact of green finance practices on profitability, stability, and the growth of banks, an empirical study from India. Right. So once you write this title and now things are clear, you need to define what do you mean by green finance practices, what you include in that. Right. So the companies which out come out green bond and so many. So you need to define the green finance practices first. That will become your independent variable. And then your dependent variable will be the some measure of profitability, stability, and risk. So first in introduction, title, give an introduction, define each and every item into that. Do a literature review, what people already done in that area, identify a risk. Then write a research design. So these are our independent variable, these are our dependent variable, control variable. This is the methodology we are going to collect. And this is the number of banks, let's say 20 banks from India, from private sector and public sector. Then comes out within a conclusion, right? You want to say something, yeah?
Yes, sir. I just wanted to point it out that the title that you gave, actually, we have incorporated those points in our research, and I was getting onto that. But again, thank you so much for your input.
Right. Thank you.
And
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, we were considering correlation. We wanted to correlate the impact of green finance on bank performances using their NIM, net interest margins, which are tend to be higher for green finance. Sorry, regression as well. Noted, ma'am. We'll incorporate.
Yeah, I know one thing as ma'am is rightfully asked. Whenever you say an impact, correlation just establish that there is a relationship. Right. So whenever you say that there is an impact, you need to, once the moment is introduced in your title impact, regression is compulsory. Right. And it's depend you are going to collect which kind of data. It's a time series data or a cross-sectional data or a panel data. The methodology will remain same, right? Great.
and it will not be qualitative, it will be quantitative.
Yeah.
Quantitative.
So you have been using that word, so it's not qualitative research.
So
right?
this paper is qualitative. After incorporating the thing that sir will say, it will become quantitative.
And when you are saying that most probably this is what will come out when you are stating the hypothesis, you never say that this is what will come out. If you're so sure, then it will not be a hypothesis. Hypothesis means we are assuming this relationship may hold, but it may not. That is what we are testing, right? So never say that this is what is going to come out. You just state that based on the past literature and based on the conceptual relationship, this is what we are expecting, right?
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Now I would like to call the seventh paper, seventh paper whose paper ID is 123, Mrs. Sulbi Seth. Number paper
Hello.
ID 123.
Yes, I'm presenting online. Am I audible and visible to the?
Ma'am, if you could just share your PPT once.
So I'll share my screen. Should I start sharing my screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, just give me 1 second. Is my screen visible?
Yes, ma'am, your screen is visible. Ma'am, just be a bit louder, ma'am.
Okay. Is the screen also visible to, because I can't see the
We can see the
row.
screen. It's just that either you have to come closer to your laptop mic or you can use headphones or earphones.
Okay.
Because
Is
your
this
voice is
better?
not that loud.
Just let me increase the volume for me. Yes. Is this better, sir?
Yeah, much better than previous.
Okay. So I am unable to see anybody. I hope you can see me and hear me, and my presentation is visible to you clearly.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but it's still not audible. I mean, it's not clear what you're saying. You have to be a bit more louder.
Okay. Am I audible now?
Yeah. We can hear you.
Tried to tilt my screen a bit. Just okay. So my screen should be visible to you. Just please confirm that and I will begin.
Yeah, your screen is visible to us.
Okay, thank you, sir. So a very good afternoon to everyone. And I would like to extend my warm thanks to the organizers of Amity for
Sorry to
letting us
interrupt in
present.
between, but your sound is very low. If you could just bring your mic closer.
My mic is very close, sir. Could you increase the volume at your end?
Ma'am, the volume is at maximum.
This is the loudest I can be, sir.
So yeah, continue. We try to through your PPT we catch what you're trying to say.
I'll try again with the headphones because you couldn't hear me with headphones. This is the second test, if I'm audible.
Yeah, continue, please.
Okay, so a very good afternoon. The title of our paper is Sustainable Finance, Climate Aligned Investments and Digital Economy in India, a quantile time frequency connectedness analysis. It has been co-authored by my professor Monica Singhania, myself Surbhi Seth, and Ms. Chanchal Saini. So this is the contents page. I'll quickly go through the introduction. Why what we're doing is important is because sustainable and responsible investing has gone from a niche uh, a niche to a mainstream now, and ESG investing has evolved, and it's now a key financial strategy. ESG performance has the projections state that the global ESG assets are expected to surpass $40 trillion by 2030, as per Bloomberg Intelligence, and it has been found across literature that there are better risk-adjusted returns during market downturns. In terms of India's ESG policy push, we've observed in the last union budget that the taxonomy for climate finance was announced. The SEBI regulations, which mandate ESG disclosures, the BRSR norms, stewardship codes, ESG rating frameworks have evolved. RBI has come out with climate disclosure frameworks, which have strengthened climate risk management for financial institutions. And Digital India program is another aspect of our paper. And why that is important is it has really accelerated digital infrastructure, UPI, Aadhaar, and financial inclusion. And India's Network Readiness Index is evidence to how this program has worked. It has improved from 60th to 49th and may yet improve even further. And the Nifty India Digital Index is the proxy we've used for Digital India. It tracks 30 leading digital firms which have helped shape India's tech-driven finance ecosystem. So this is our conceptual framework. We've looked at five five indices: Digital India Index, Nifty 100 Enhanced ESG Index, EV and New Age Automotive Index, which is a proxy for climate tech investment, gold and energy. And after running quantile time frequency connectedness, we've got spillover insights from that, which have informed our portfolio construction, which is our second part of the paper. For portfolio construction and risk management, we've used MVP, MCP, and MCOP. This is the description of the five variables. These are the research questions. We will be employing quantile frequency connectedness framework, as I said, and we will also use portfolio construction techniques in our paper. And finally, this will help inform us about the policy recommendations that could promote sustainable finance in India and leverage our insights from the time frequency quantile connectedness results. So the data has been sourced from Nifty NSE indices. We've taken, as I already said, for digital assets, the proxy is Nifty India Digital Index. For ESG investments, the proxy is Enhanced ESG Index, which has been used across literature. For EV-focused companies, we've used Nifty EV and New Age Automotive Index, which is for climate tech and EV, which is a big push in India right now. And commodity indices we've taken from MCX iCommodex, gold and energy. And our data is of daily frequency from 2018 April till 2024 December. Our balance sample has 5 variables: digital, ESG, EVs, gold, and energy. These are the returns. The log difference has given us stationary returns. The descriptive statistics are presented here. The correlation analysis is further presented. Now coming to the connectedness analysis results. So in total connectedness, we observed that equity indices, particularly Nifty 100 Enhanced ESG Index and Nifty EV, emerge as dominant net transmitters of price shocks. And it underscores their influence within the market because they're net transmitters. And conversely, commodity indices, as expected, gold and energy, and also interestingly, Nifty India Digital Index are net receivers, indicating their relative passive role in shock propagation. Similar results are observed for short and long horizons. And the graphs also evidence our results. And we see very clearly that the short run connectedness is very high, the red part. And over long run, it stabilizes. However, we do see similar shocks across long and short run. For instance, for COVID, for Russia, Ukraine, we see dips and peaks appearing in our graphs for total connectedness, which proves that our analysis is very useful during shock and crisis times. Net connectedness across assets has similar observations. Total quantile connectedness, total frequency connectedness, directional spillovers pairwise has also been conducted, short term, long term. And now we come to the portfolio weight and cumulative returns. So we've done it for, as I said, minimum variance portfolio, minimum correlation, and minimum connectedness. And we've observed that we have, over time, in this such kind of a portfolio, observed that dynamic cumulative returns are there for distinct portfolio techniques, and the highest being for the MCP in recent times. So summary of our findings. Nifty 100 Enhanced Index emerged as a consistent net transmitter of volatility across all time horizons. And the magnified influence during shocks was observed, especially COVID-19, Russia, Ukraine. And secondly, Nifty EV and New Age Automotive predominantly are transmitters. They transmitted shocks in short run. They shifted, however, to absorbing shocks over extended time horizons. Nifty India Digital Index predominantly serves as a net receiver, absorbing shocks and volatility. It's a very important diversifier, hence, in a portfolio. And commodity indices like gold and energy show greater resilience, with gold consistently absorbing shocks and reaffirming its status as a safe haven asset. And energy evolved from being primarily absorbing shocks in the short term to contributing to their propagation over the long term. Market stability and diversification ramifications are also observed. The results show that commodity indices are very important in maintaining portfolio stability, especially in volatile periods. ESG and EV indices, while driving market volatility in short term, offer diversification in the long run when paired with commodity assets. And in terms of portfolio optimization strategies, we observe distinct asset allocation strategies. So MVP shows us that minimizing risk is important, and therefore it weighs gold very heavily. 52% in the portfolio is gold. ESG 34%. MCP prioritizes reducing correlation. Hence, it assigns higher weights to digital and energy. MCOP is for reducing systemic connectedness, so balanced weights across digital, ESG, EV, gold, and energy are observed. Limitations. Our study findings are limited to the Indian financial market, restricting global applicability. Market shocks and policy changes could impact future dynamics beyond the study scope. And our indices, while they do capture broad trends, but they may not fully represent sector nuances. Quantitative techniques which are used are robust, but they may not capture all the aspects of volatility dynamics. However, we've tried several techniques. Thank you very much. These are some extra slides about robustness and implications. I will stop here.
Yeah, Surbhi, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can hear you.
So yeah, congratulations for a nice presentation.
Thank you
Although
very
we are
much.
not able to hear you so much about your research, but what I
Oh,
guess from your presentation is you just talking about the how to capture the volatility and sustainable finance climate aligned with it.
yes, sir.
So because there is a one word which you mention in your presentation is balance sample. What do you mean by balance sample?
So it just means, sir, that the time period and the number of observations which we have for all of the variables are the same. So all of the 5 indices, they're of the same frequency. So that really helped us. And we've selected a time period such that all of the 5 variables have existed in those time periods. So we actually ended up deleting a few months in 2018 because one variable wasn't available. So that is why how we made it a balanced sample.
It's a balanced sample or it's a balanced panel?
Panel, balanced panel, sir. You're
It's
right.
not a sample because you can't comment on the sample is balanced or not. It's a balanced panel.
Yes,
You
sir.
have
You're
equal
absolutely
number
right.
of observation for all the firms and all. And another
Yes, sir.
thing is, I have my own doubt that's when you show the correlation table, the variable 5 variable you identify, because I might be conscious about it, they are going to be multi-collinearity problem in this. Have you checked for that?
So, sir, we found that there is among some indices, 2 indices, some of the stocks are overlapping. However, that is one limitation which may solve because we are suggesting including gold and as well as energy, and investors who want to pick and choose between these may decide in the future if they want to invest in both indices or they want to weigh one index more. As of now, we've weighed all of the indices based on the MCP, MVP, MCOP techniques, which automatically are picked. Investors could pick their weights for each of the variables, or they could even choose to exclude some. However, what we wanted to look at was how volatility is transmitted, sir, across them.
Right, Surbi. But
Yes,
again,
sir.
you need to check that whether the two indices which you picked is highly correlated to each other or not. If they are, then there are ways to handle the multi-collinearity. And one of your my next question is going to be that only, but you mentioned it in the limitation. When we identify the volatility, when we capture the volatility, it needs to be follow some robust method like method ARCH, GACH to measure the volatility. Right, but you
Yes, sir.
mentioned as in your limitation, so that stop me to ask that question. But it's better when you capture the volatility by using the arch and gotch, some volatility driven models which justify your research will be more robust when you comes out with that methodology. That's from my side.
Thank you, sir. I've noted down because these are very valuable comments, and I will do this before I submit the paper. So thank you so
Right,
much. It
Surbi,
means a
right.
lot, sir.
So, Surbhi, just one thing from my side.
Yes.
There is suddenly a lot of jump in terms of papers using connectedness approach, right? And they're getting published in really good journals. I've seen that. I was just discussing it. One of my friends who has published a lot of papers using connectedness approach. Somehow I could not figure out how is it very different from the traditional methods. Why are you even going for connectedness? Because what I could understand, I mean, I have not gone through the whole mathematical methodology, but when he was explaining it to me, I somehow could not find a lot of difference between just simply looking at the correlation and looking at connectedness.
Yes. Sir.
Why is it the most appropriate approach these days? I mean, a lot of papers are using it and they're getting published in very good journals. So just as a layman, can you explain a little bit about how this captures your objective in a much better way than the traditional methods?
Right. So that is an excellent question, sir. And I myself have asked that before I applied it on this paper. So what I have applied, sir, what we have applied is the quantile time frequency connectedness, and how this approach helps, in addition to the traditional methods which you've mentioned, is that it allows me to look at 3 dimensions across time, across quantiles, so I can observe over time and across. It'll split my quantiles into however
The
many I
quantile part,
want.
I'm clear because we run quantile
Yes, sir.
regressions also. We want to look at different sections, how the data is
Right, sir.
behaving, whether the relationship holds in different quantiles or not.
Yes,
That
sir.
part is okay. I'm talking about connectedness.
Connectedness, I felt, so this was one of the best approaches for spillovers.
That's what I'm asking,
But-
because I somehow could not figure out. I had a discussion of 1 hour with him, and he has published maybe 10, 15 papers. You probably would know him also, right? He's from FMS only, and he has published in mostly A and A star journals. But somehow I could not figure out. So I thought maybe you can help me out to understand why connectedness, why not any other approach? And this is a buzzword these days in the research world.
Right, sir. Sir, in addition to being a buzzword, it gives us very good results. So in the end, if it is able to give definitive results, I feel the technique is good. But I would also go back and
Yeah,
read
so
more, sir,
it's
on
fine,
this.
it's fine. So the professor which asking about connectedness,
Yes,
it's
sir.
really if you justify that methodology in your paper, ki instead
sir.
of correlation, my object is not captured through the correlation, and connectedness is better in the following terms. That's why we apply, so the reviewer also get convinced with your argument. Thank you, Surbi. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. That is an excellent feedback. Thank you very much.
So now I would like to call the eighth author of our track, whose paper ID is 116, Mr. Vansh. Can I get a round of applause?
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. The topic is the effectiveness of green investment in environmental risk. Introduction. Green investment funds are designed to support environmentally sustainable projects. These funds aim to minimize environmental risk while generating financial returns. The purpose is to evaluate the effectiveness of green funds, reducing the environmental risk. So what basically green funds are? These are investment vehicles that focus on sustainable and eco-friendly projects. The types are ESG, that is environmental, social and governance funds, SRI, social responsible investment funds. Global market growth driven by increasing environmental awareness. So environmental risk overview. Environmental risk threaten ecosystem, human health and economies. Key risks are climate change, extreme weather conditions, pollution like air, water and soil, and resource depletion, water, energy, raw material. So the link between green investments and environmental risks. Green investment focus on reducing environmental risk, investing in renewable energy and clean technology, promoting sustainable and agriculture projects, supporting eco-friendly infrastructure and urban development. So effectiveness analysis and positive impacts. Reduction in carbon emission. Investment in renewable energy have reduced CO2 emissions by 30% in the key sectors. Conservation of natural resources. Fund supporting sustainable agriculture help conserve water and soil. Encouraging corporate sustainability. Companies in green portfolios are more likely to adopt sustainable practices. So effective analysis and limitations and challenges. Greenwashing concerns. Some funds falsely claim environmental benefits. Limited impact in high-risk industries. Heavy industries are difficult to decarbonize despite green investment. Measurement issues are lack of standardization metrics to evaluate environmental impacts. So we have certain case study like Green Climate Fund, investment over 10 billion in low emission climate resilient projects. BlackRock's ESG fund achieved 20% lower carbon emissions compared to conventional funds. Quantitative analysis, financial performance. ESG funds shows comparable returns to traditional funds. Environmental impact matrix, carbon footprint reduction, and renewable energy usage increase. Investors' perspective, investor.
Yeah, it's fine, but what's your name once? Yeah, once it's a good topic, but what I observe from your presentation is that you collected the secondary data from different resources, how this green investment funds impact the environmental risk, right?
Environmental risk as well as the perception of the investor.
Investor, right? So you picked up entire data set. It's kind of a literature you did, and I understand the topic. That's good. You understand the topic. Your term wise, definition wise, your clarity is there. I appreciate for that. Then you identify key what are the results are they related to these two variable, but you haven't collect your own any particular data to justify that, right? So it would be a next step. I'm not saying ki it's the end of everything. Now you have a entire literature with you ki how these index fund, yeah, ESG funds impacting the reducing the environment risk. Collect some data on these funds and identify the certain proxy of environmental risk and show that there is a positive relationship or there is a positive impact.
There's a
Thank
positive relation, that is for sure. Like we need to just link to that.
Link to that, right?
Not nothing assumption. See, research is all about that you're researching. I mean, what somebody else has found out cannot be your findings also.
Definitely, ma'am.
Right? So what sir is saying is very, very important that first of all, you actually justify that if it's exists that relationship. So you will do that research. Definitely. Yes. So that's very important because literature may say a lot of things. There may be a lot of studies which may support, there are a lot of studies which may be against. So your study, whether it goes with the ones which are supporting or the ones which are against. So you set a new this thing, right? So you always cannot, say कि वो तो कर ही रहा है, support कर ही रहा है. Sir, I mean.
सही बात बोला. So you have to back it empirically.
You have to test that empirically with your own data, right? Thank you. So we have one more external that we break for lunch. तब वो वहाँ से स्कूल के लिए जाए. आप उनको ज्वाइन करा दीजिए शिखा राघव को, उसके बाद we'll like break for lunch because boys.
क्या आईडी है पेपर आईडी?
हाँ लास्ट में कर देते हैं. ये 1 to 4 है. ये वहाँ के डी स्कूल की नहीं है, डॉक्टर निखिलेश.
Okay. So I'll now announce the last presenter. The ninth author will be Dr. Shikha Daga, whose paper ID is 124. Paper ID 124.
Yeah, good afternoon. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Okay, so I'll just share my screen. Please let me know when the screen is visible. Is the presentation visible?
Yes, ma'am, it's visible. Ma'am, but your camera isn't on.
Yeah, just a second, ma'am. There is some network issue. So after the presentation, can I switch on my camera for the question answer round?
Switch on the camera, then after that you can.
Ma'am, just a second, ma'am. No, ma'am, camera is on, but there is some network issue because of which there might be some issue in the connectivity. I've switched it on. If there is any breakage in the voice, please let me know.
Okay, ma'am, let's proceed with the
Yeah.
presentation.
A very good afternoon to all. So the topic of my presentation is economic growth and environmental sustainability, analyzing the dynamics of greenhouse gas emissions in the Quad countries. Along with me, I have my co-authors, Miklesh Prasad Yadav, Paridhi and Kiran Yadav. Yeah, as we know that the carbon emissions is one of the buzzword for the academics as well as for the policy makers, and the literature has shown and interpreted various factors that have an impact on the emissions across various developed countries and various regions. But what we have been trying to see is that there are various omitted variables that need to be identified so that the policymakers can find out the policies and they can help in mitigate the emissions across these countries. As we know that that the agreements like the Kyoto Protocol, the Paris Agreement and the Sustainable Development Goals, they have shifted the priorities towards the sustainable development. But while identifying the literature, we found the gap that there has been limited research that have identified or focused on the Quad countries, which is a strategic alliance of the developed as well as the emerging economies. Now, the reason for taking the Quad countries is that it is not only a significant wealth generator, where it generates more around 1/3 of the global GDP, but it also has two of the major carbon emitters, that is India and US, and it includes a mix of the developed and the emerging economies. This is the theoretical background where we are focusing on the environmental Kuznets curve, which focused that the economic growth and the emissions, they are not basically linearly related, as when an economy grows, the emissions first increases, but after reaching certain level, then because of technological innovation, we find that there is a paradigm shift towards energy efficiency, and the emissions reduces after that. So these are the variables that we have used in our study. We have used natural resource rent, financial development, gender diversity, trade openness, energy consumption, and R&D expenditure. And identifying the persistence in the emissions over the years, we have used the system GMM for our analysis. These are the variables, and the data that we have used is from 1980 to 2022. These are the basic descriptive statistics and the correlation heat map, but because of significant multicollinearity between certain variables like urban population, the urbanization, population, and gender diversity, we had to drop few of the variables from our final analysis. Moving to the panel regression, we identified that fixed effect was more beneficial as compared to the random effect depending upon the horseman, where we identified that economic growth as well as the energy consumption both had a positive impact on the emissions, on the coordinations. And when we switched to the system GM approach, we found that as modeled, the past or the lagged greenhouse gas emissions, they were significantly increasing the emissions of the present year in these coordinations. Along with that, the economic growth measured by GDP, the financial development, and the energy consumption all had a positive impact on the emissions, while the natural resource rent and the gender diversity were able to mitigate the emission in these group of countries. So the key findings I have already discussed, and the key takeaways are that persistent emissions challenge the decarbonization efforts of Quad countries, where technological innovation and renewable energy are crucial for sustainable growth. So we can focus on the green financial instruments and energy efficient investments that can help in reducing the emissions across the Quad countries. In the future, the EKC analysis can be extended to other developing as well as the developed countries, and other variables that are the micro in nature like monetary and fiscal can be included in the study to make it more robust, along with identifying the impact of environmental disclosures on the emissions. These are certain policy implications of my study. That's it. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir.
It's right. Congratulations, Dr. Sikha, for this presentation on a very relevant topic.
Thank you so much, sir.
But I have a few queries on that. Does your panel is a dynamic panel?
Pardon, sir? The panel is a
Dynamic panel.
Sir, the panel has been a balanced panel, and the dynamic in the sense that the emissions of the past years, they are going to impact the current years. This is what I understand, sir, sir.
Yeah, that is the dynamic panel when the lag of your dependent variable is one of your independent variable.
Yes, sir.
Is
Yes,
that
sir.
story in your regression? Because you use system GMM.
Yes,
So
sir.
system GMM is relevant when you have a dynamic panel.
Yes, sir.
Means once
Yes,
you have a problem of your key lag of your dependent variable is going to impact. Is
Yes,
that
sir.
true in your data?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
It's true.
Yes, sir.
Right. And another thing is because system GMM is basically take care of a one way of to control the endogeneity as well, right?
Yes, sir.
So, and you stated that we include lot of control variable in your study to
Yes, sir.
avoid the problem of omitted variable bias.
Yes, sir.
Right. But including lot of control variables cannot 100%ly deny the problem of omitted variable bias. So
Yes,
my
sir.
suggestion to you, along if you want to show the more robust result of your study, do include the instrument variable and 2SLS approach, where you identify a certain instrument variable to take care of omitted variable biasness in your research, in your results basically.
Okay,
So
sir.
along with the system GMM, we can approach the instrument variable and 2SLS approach to justify that.
Okay, sir. Okay, I'll take care.
Yeah, Amit sir.
Thank you so
I
much.
think I had the same thing in mind. So sir already asked that question, that is it a dynamic panel or not, right?
Yes.
So that you've already answered. So I think overall it's a good study.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. I got a little confused because of the online presentation, so I had to rush through it. Yeah.
No, we understand that. We
Yeah.
have faced
Thank
such situations in the past. Don't worry.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Excuse me, sir. Can I take a moment? Sir, I'm having the sequence and I lost the connection due to some problem. Can I do my presentation now? If you have time.
Can you just repeat your paper ID, please?
Sir, my name is Navya Das AS from Central University of Punjab.
Okay, Navya, we can't see you anywhere and
Uh,
all right, so we're
ma'am,
just
I'm
breaking
ma'am,
for
I'm
lunch. We
connecting
just
through
finished.
online.
No, you can, of course. We're still continuing. It's not over as yet. So we just finished the 2 tracks and we are running late. So we'd like to break for lunch right now and we'll meet again at 3, sir. 3:50, right? So we'll start, track 3 at 3. And the rest of it, if there have been some presentations before, so we'll continue in that sequence. So we'll all meet around 3. Is that okay with everyone? Thank you so much. And thank you, sir, for all the nice observations. I'm writing down everything and I hope the scholars and the students are also writing it down. So when they submit the real paper, they would have incorporated all your observations and recommendations. Thank you. Yeah. एक ट्रैक 2 का भी दे दो इवैल्यूएशन शीट
I would now like to call upon our next presenter for our track, paper ID 117, Aditya Srivastav. May I have a round of applause, please?
Good afternoon, panel. Today, my team members Yashraj Singh, Niharika Agarwal, Ashmit Singh, and myself, Aditya Srivastav, would like to talk about sustainable finance in the context of climate change, addressing risk and opportunity.
This is the ID, paper ID
117.
117.
So this is the outline of the whole presentation.
Can I see your title once again?
Yes, ma'am.
Give me this mic.
Yes. Sustainable finance is the practice of making financial decisions considering environmental, social, and governance factors that promote environmental sustainability, social responsibility, and integrating ecological balance with economic decision making. There are few factors that have an impact of climate change on finance. First, physical risk. which includes direct consequences of climate change, such as extreme weather conditions that disrupt supply chain and impact operational continuity. Financial risks resulting from the shift towards a lower carbon economy, including market volatility. Increasing regulations aimed at mitigating climate change can result in compliance costs, changes in investment value, and legal repercussions, and the possibility of litigations as stakeholders seek accountability for environmental damages impacting corporate reputation. Financial risk of climate change, market volatility. Climate-related factors can significantly affect market dynamics, leading to fluctuations in asset values based on environmental news and trends. Severe weather events and shifting environmental policies can disrupt operations, supply chain, and overall business strategies. And companies perceived as negligent regarding climate impacts may face reputational damage, jeopardizing customer loyalty and stakeholder trust. Here are some few opportunities in sustainable finance. Green bonds and loans, which are financial instruments designed to fund projects with positive environmental impacts, providing a means for investors to support sustainable initiatives while generating returns. Investment in clean energy technologies presents opportunities for substantial returns while contributing to emission reduction. ESG funds that specifically invest in companies meeting high standards of ESG performance and transparency in climate-related disclosures fosters accountability and allows investors to make informed decisions in light of potential environmental risks. Passing on to my member, Yashraj Singh.
Thank you, Aditya. Now I'd like to share some case studies in sustainable finance. First is Tesla. So Tesla has revolutionized sustainable transportation showcasing how innovative business models can align profitability with environmental sustainability. Next example is BlackRock. As one of the largest asset managers, BlackRock advocates for sustainability investing, utilizing its influence to promote ESG principles across the globe. Coming to the role of government and policymakers, so regulation and standards, government policy that ensures sustainability criteria and compliance, measures setting the groundwork for sustainable finance initiatives, SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, global initiatives aimed at integrating sustainability into national policies, supporting finance that aligns with long-term environmental and social objectives. Coming to how corporates can adapt this, climate risk assessment, regular evaluations of potential climate-related risks that may affect business operations and strategies, investment in low-carbon technologies, allocating resources towards technologies that reduce carbon emission, enhance energy efficiency, thus aligning business practices with sustainability goals. Coming to sustainable investment strategies, such as impact investing with the intention to generate measurable social and environmental impact alongside financial returns, emphasizing alignment with sustainability. ESG integration, divestment from fossil fuel divestments. Coming towards the challenges in implementing sustainable finance, lack of standardization of ESG, short-term profit focus, regulatory uncertainty. Coming towards the future trends in sustainable finance, growth of carbon markets, AI and big data in ESG analysis, stronger global cooperation. This study highlights sustainable finance in the context of climate change, emphasizing the need of further research to explore the opportunity of sustainable finance. As for the methodology used, the study is focused on qualitative aspect and the references from Google Scholar. I would like to thank all the esteemed panelists. The floor is open for questions now.
Sorry, Yashraj. Okay. So let me just ask you that how many papers that you've studied, Yashraj, for any literature that you've studied?
Ma'am, so the research is basically from Google Scholar, and I've read about 2 research
See,
papers.
Google Scholar has all the papers, research papers, so as you've seen the judges talking about that, like there's a past literature which is associated with the topics that you've chosen, especially the keywords. So any papers that you've studied as a literature, as a part with literature review? You've gone through papers, so how many papers you've gone through?
Around 10 to 15 papers.
All right. So whenever you are, like most of you are using a literature review kind of an approach. So since you haven't done the empirical research yourself, right? So whether you do it on a primary data with a questionnaire or in a secondary data, so you must give your citations in the presentations because these are not your findings. So what you are stating here, I mean, if you just go back on your slides, I'll just quickly tell you. Yeah. So all these challenges that you're talking about, so somebody must have done some studies and from where these challenges have come out. So it's very important when you are presenting somebody else's work, you need to cite. So whichever paper talks about these challenges or whichever paper talks about these things, so you must cite with the author's name and the year that's given there. Right. So make sure that you incorporate. I know it's still work in progress, right? So when you submit your whole paper, please have a proper literature review added to it, even if it's a case study based approach. So, I mean, like you have to pick up data from somewhere. And even if you're picking up, doing it in a case study, so what is important is that you add some dimension to it. So some data that you just get in a raw form, you just do some statistical analysis on that data, try to find out some meaningful result out of it, right? And then it becomes your research because somebody else's research is just a literature review and that also needs to be cited, right? So please make sure that before you submit your full paper, put in all these things which are there, right? Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you so much for
Thank
making
you.
this effort.
Thank you so much. That was an amazing presentation. Next one, I would like to call paper ID 119, Miss Niharika Nag. Can I have a round of applause, please?
So, good morning to one and all present here. My name is Niharika, and along with my team team member Diksha, I'm going to present a paper on the impact of GDP per capita on the pollution levels in Asian countries. So this is the abstract as I'm showing. This research investigates the effect of GDP per capita on pollution levels in Asian countries with a specific emphasis on the relationship between economic growth and environmental degradation. It also emphasizes on the emphasizes in the trends in pollution among countries with different income levels and investigates how economic development affects environmental outcomes. Next slide. So I'll skip the introduction part since we all know what's green finance. So why did we choose specifically the Asian countries and this particular topic? One reason being is that Asia is home to both emerging and developed economies with varying pollution trends. And then developing economies in Asia are rapidly expanding, like Thailand, Vietnam, and many more. So understanding this relationship can help design better policies for sustainable growth and will also help businesses and individuals. Next. So Diksha will talk about the research objective along with that.
So the research objective was to analyze. Yeah, sure. So the research objective, as Niharika also mentioned, it is to analyze the impact of GDP per capita on the pollution levels in Asian countries. And we have certain variables if you will just move to the variable slide, I'll show. So we have taken our independent and dependent variables, how the GDP is seen impacting. So we went to Google Scholar and then we selected the top journals. We read the papers as verified by Shimago. Then we selected only the top in the top quadrant. And following those papers, we selected these indicators that were linked sort of to the pollution level. So certain factors that we could identify were, for example, CO2 emissions per capita. And we've taken 3-4 such data sets and we've downloaded all the data sets. We plan to use correlation regression and hopefully we can do a panel study because we have yearly data of all of these factors available. Also, we have looked at control variables following other papers and we were considering maybe we can use inequality or research and development because those factors will also be somehow contributing to that. And as we yeah, we're done with the objective, right? So also in abstract we mentioned how we were sort of looking at a nexus between the economic growth and pollution levels. So we have seen this EKC hypothesis or the Kuznets curve. Sir, in the first paper of today's, I think track 2, sir also mentioned how economics is related to both business, and we've taken that approach. So we've used EKC, and EKC is nothing but it signifies how the pollution level is affecting or changing with the development economies. So once the growth is like, for example, if the economy is growing, so during that initial phase, the pollution is also rising because we are investing more in consumption. So like India, for example, we have a lot of pollution and China being the topmost emitter of CO2 emissions and GHG emissions. And when they are coming at sort of a stable state, so it's an inverted U-shaped curve. And then the pollution levels start to go down. So we can maybe also analyze that pattern. And the sources that we have downloaded the data from are the available World Bank open data sources, even the World Development Indicators, Statista, and few other websites. And yeah, we can skip the regional differences. Those were just some observations that we noted. And the final conclusion being that we are sort of looking at sustainable growth as a solution to the problem. And so these factors are closely linked, hence the title of our paper, that impact of GDP. And sustainable growth is possible. So the different income groups will require tailored strategies. And we are this is still a work in progress. So we aim to identify and like tailor that conclusion once that research is in our hand, because we just have the data sets right now and we're yet to do the research. Okay, thank you.
Right, a very good effort and a very good topic that you've chosen. And as I can see that you're on the track, right track for doing research. If you just go back on your RM once, I just have a few observations. Just take it back one more slide. Right, so these are the variables. So how do you plan to collect data for them?
I already have the data for all of them. For
Them, okay, okay.
we have maintained one compiled Excel
So
sheet.
from when to when you've taken the data? What is your
Data from 1970s to 2024, but we plan to use only from 2012 to 2024.
any specific reason for that?
I think if you look at the current geopolitical situations, I wanted to analyze. Firstly, I wanted to include the 2017 tariffs that Trump imposed in his first term. That I wanted to be there. So I thought to get a more comprehensive outlook 5 years before that, and then to the current data and current scenario. That is why I thought 2012-24 would be the perfect assessment of it.
All right, so can you just move to the next slide? Yeah, so one observation, you've written here that your EKC hypothesis for you to examine the non-linear relationship between economic growth and pollution. So how do you know the relationship is non-linear? It could be linear. I mean, this is what something that you need to investigate. So if there are studies which are saying that there's a, this thing, I mean, this is, you need to cite.
Okay, I'll tell you. So basically, we wanted to apply something from environmental economics, and we are currently exploring
Yeah.
any models that.
So see, anything whenever there are two variables, of course, you are establishing a relationship, whether linear, non-linear. So something, assumption, you can't assume something before you actually find it out. I mean, like there may be studies which have proven this. So in case if you're just, writing very clearly that you can simply say we examine the relationship.
Yeah, I like
Rather than, you're pointing out that we examine the linear or the non-linear, that means you are presupposing an outcome. Right. And in research, we don't presuppose an outcome. We always try to just study the relationship. It could come out linear, it could come out non-linear. So that is one observation. And then you are going to be using panel data. So I hope that panel data regression and all you are comfortable with.
We'll ask
Okay, so very good, I mean, I really like it, but if you could just, when you are submitting the paper, please make sure that, everything in the methodology, everything is like you've mentioned the dependent and the independent variables. In the methodology, please state the period of collecting data, the software that you're going to be using to analyze this, and, the different variables that you've collected, so what are the sources of those variables? Because everything you can't collect from one source.
Definitely,
Right, so you need to be very explicit, and this EKC, I mean, this is also not something that I've heard before. So it's very good that it's always a learning when you are listening to the research. So in that case, please write something about and how many other researches have been done using this kind of hypothesis. So that assumption, okay. So anyway, it's very, very good effort, and I hope that you will bring this paper to conclusion with all the data and everything. Thank you.
We have been joined with Dr. Priyanka Bhardwaj, the session chair for track 3. I would like to welcome Dr. Priyanka Bhardwaj. May I have
Thank you.
Dr. Priyanka Bhardwaj is a passionate educator and a researcher, currently serving as a faculty member at Delhi University. With over 7 years of teaching experience at Delhi University, she has developed her expertise in rural entrepreneurship, socially disadvantaged groups, and sustainable development. We welcome you, Dr. Priyanka Bhardwaj.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Ma'am, I can't see you. I somehow, and I'm extending a very warm welcome and thank you so much for sparing your valuable time to join this session. So we look, I know we are very late. There were a lot of technical glitches. So my humble apologies for the same. So very quickly, we'll just move on with the presentations.
Okay, ma'am. No
Yeah.
issue. It's okay. Thank you so much.
Ma'am, can you just turn on your camera, please?
Yeah, okay.
Just greet each other. All right, you can call the next.
Yes, ma'am. Proceeding on with the presentation, I would just like to inform the presenters that we should strictly maintain to a 5 minutes presentation guideline.
Okay. Hi, ma'am. Thank you so much. Dr. Namita
Ma'am,
Sahai.
you are on mute.
Yeah. Okay. I'm on mute.
No, Dr. Priyanka Bhardwaj.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. Thank
A
you
very
so
warm
much.
welcome for this thing, and thank you so much for joining.
Ji, ma'am.
Yeah.
Starting with our next presentation, I would like to call upon paper ID 120, Dhanraj Sharma. Paper ID 120.
Sir, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Just be a bit loud, please.
Sir, is it visible?
Yes, ma'am.
You could be a little louder if it's possible. You can bring the mic closer.
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah.
So my topic for the presentation is the trends and patterns of climate finance, a bibliometric study. As we know, the climate change is one of the most
Ma'am.
significant challenges of this
Ma'am,
era.
just before proceeding, I would just like to confirm your paper ID is 120.
Yes, sir.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Okay, I'm continuing. As the global economy confronts the challenge of climate change, climate finance has emerged as a dynamic area of research, increasing the interest from scholars and policymakers. The catastrophic effects of the climate change have brought about incredible challenges to mankind, resulting in the occurrence of intense weather conditions and natural disasters. To keep the global temperature below 2 degrees Celsius, Paris Agreement 2015 framed an ambitious goal of capping the temperature at 1.5 degrees Celsius above the pre-industrial levels. In the conference of COP15 under the UNFCCC held in Copenhagen, developed countries collectively decided to mobilize 100 billion every year to assist the developing countries. So in this paper, I'm employing the bibliometric analysis to explore the existing body of knowledge of climate finance from 2004 to 2024. The data of 621 publications are extracted from Web of Science database using the keyword climate finance and analyzed using BiblioShiny and ViewsViewer. It examines the publication output, citation networks, and co-authorship patterns, identify the significant contributions. So this is a statement of problem. While many studies focused on the link between sustainability and climate finance, there always remains a need to explore the innovative climate adaptation initiatives such as carbon pricing, green bonds, and resilient infrastructure investments. And furthermore, most of the studies has been nominated by the developed countries, and the developing countries' involvement and cooperation need to be studied. So this study mainly aims to address these challenges by performing the bibliometric analysis of climate finance literature from 2004 to 2024. And these are the review of literature. And my research gap is that most of the research is dominated by the developed countries with a limit on the contributions of developing countries. And the study also focuses on the research indexed in Web of Science database covering from a long duration of 2000 to 2024. So the main objective of the study is to analyze the long-term trends, developing countries' participation, and mapping the new research frontiers to provide insights for climate finance strategies. These are my objectives: to identify the research trends, thematic geographical patterns, and to visualize and analyze the collaboration networks. And as you can see in the diagram, it shows the annual scientific production data where there is a high increase from 2022 to 2024. And this shows the most relevant sources. The Journal of Climate Policy has the highest publication. And this shows the most relevant affiliations. Swiss Federation Institute of Technology has the highest publications. And USA has the highest number of publications in climate finance, followed by UK. And the most relevant keywords used by the researchers in the papers are climate finance, followed by the climate change, adaptation, climate, and finance. And the most of the results of the study says that there is a sharp increase in the scientific production since 2016, focusing on the global climate mitigation and adaptation. Other than the social science subjects, the climate finance has the highest number of publications in the field of environmental science and environmental studies. And the three-field plot that have been used in the paper depicts a strong linkage between the author, journals, and keywords, which shows that Robert J.T. has the highest number of publications in 6 journals. Journal of Climate Policy and Sustainability has the highest publications. US, UK, and Germany has a leading role in both the publications and citations. By analyzing the top globally cited documents, it is found that hedging climate change is the most cited document, and a few keywords frequently used in the literature include the climate finance, climate adaptation, climate, and finance. Using the ViewsViewer, the paper also visualized the collaboration network and found Journal of Climate Policy as the leading source with 81 documents, 24 linked, and total link strength of 253 with the other countries. So this paper provides a comprehensive bibliometric analysis for past 2 decades and also revealed that the paper has most of the papers are published in USA, UK, and Germany, mainly in developed countries, and there is a gap for in the developing countries for the further analysis. And the paper also enhances our understanding on how the climate finance research helps in tackling the global climate change. Thank you.
So, Dr. Priyanka, if you could have any question for Navya Das. Dr. Priyanka. All right. So, Navya, one question is that,
Yes,
when
ma'am.
you're doing this bibliometric analysis, so which is the best paper that you could find, I mean, and something that inspired you with something very new? And I mean, of course, the most cited paper that you would be talking about.
Yes, ma'am. It is a paper called Hedging Climate Change News. It has around 384 citations.
Okay, so what was new? If you could just maybe add on that when you went through this paper, and of course you've done that using the BiblioShiny and the ViewsViewer, but anything that came out from how do you hedge? I mean, did you go through this paper?
Ma'am, I haven't gone through that much deep
A
into
paper
it.
with 384 citations is a remarkable paper. So I'm sure one is very, very keen to go through the paper, which has got so many citations. So were you able to go through the paper?
I haven't gone deep into the paper. I will do it, ma'am.
All right, all right. So, okay, fine. Thank you so much. So I hope that, in this particular theme that we've chosen, so there are a lot of, since you've done bibliometric analysis and you're trying to understand trends and patterns of climate finance. So if you could just explore more on the blue finance as well. And because I'm sure that bibliometric analysis is not done on that, and probably if you could link the two of them. So that'll make both your paper very, very relevant. If there's any paper that you could find both on green finance and blue finance. Right. So, and maybe and including the climate finance. So that'll be a little novel approach that you can add on to your research. Right. Thank you so
Okay,
much.
ma'am. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Next one, I would like to call the presenter for paper ID 122, Juhi Jam. Paper ID 122.
You can just check with Priyanka, ma'am. I think she's got disconnected. She's there. Okay.
Paper ID 122, last call.
All right.
We will proceed with paper ID 125, Mr. Rakesh Kumar Jha.
Hello. Yeah, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, very good afternoon to ma'am.
That's
Hmm.
All right, go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. I'll just share my screen.
Yeah.
My screen visible, ma'am? Very good afternoon to all of you. The topic of my presentation is volatility forecasting in iron ore markets and the comparison analysis of comparative analysis of GARCH, SBR, and ANN based models. So this study basically examines the forecasting
If you
performance.
could be a little louder, that would be very nice. थोड़ा सा mic पास लेके आ जाओ.
Hello. Is it all right, ma'am?
Yeah, better. Much better.
Yeah, okay. So this paper examines basically the forecasting performance of the GARCH based models. I have selected few GARCH models for this study, like GARCH N model, GARCH T model, E-GARCH model, I-GARCH model, APARCH, GGR GARCH model, along with ML model support vector regression and the artificial neural network to forecast the volatility of the iron, basically two types of iron ore, the 62% and 65% iron content iron ore prices. So these 62% and 65% basically denotes the content of the iron into the ore material. So this is a flow of presentation, introduction, objective research, methodology, discussion, analysis, conclusion, investing. So in an introduction, basically, what is the significance of the iron ore? So iron ore price plays a crucial role in the global trade because out of the total production of 2.7 billion tons, mostly 70% is being traded through the global route and being imported by China, India, and other Asian countries for their iron and steel production. And this steel production is also called as a barometer of country's economy. So it is very important to basically effectively forecast the price of iron ore for making steels. So price fluctuation impact investment decision, risk management strategy, and the economic stability. The next is the traditional. There have been two approaches to the forecasting. One is a traditional econometric approach where the Garch-based models are there and ARIMA models are there, and the new MLAI based approach where the machine learning and deep learning based models are there. So support vector regression is a machine learning model and the artificial neural network is a deep learning models. And the objectives of this study are to assess basically the predictive power of the different GARCH family models like the GARCH N, T, APARCH, GGR GARCH, E-GARCH, I-GARCH in capturing the volatility pattern of the iron ore price and their ability to handle the heteroscedasticity, which is a main problem in the financial time series data. Then investigate the forecasting ability of the support vector regression in the ANN models, artificial neural network models, focusing on their complex nature and non-linear relationship in the iron ore market and their sensitivity to the data and the optimization of the parameters. And then compare the forecasting accuracy of across the model of the GARCH model, SVR, and the ANN based model based on the mean squared error and mean absolute error and AIC and BIC based criteria. Select the model. This is the research methodology and design. First is the research design. So comparative analysis of the GARCH-based model and the machine learning model. Then data collection. Source of data collection was the S&P Platts, we published the data for the energy commodity as well as the metal commodities. Time period selected for 2011 to 2024. And the pre-processing of the data has been done for data normalization, missing value handling, and the feature engineering. Model specification, GARCH 1.1 model basically was chosen for all this. So GARCH normal and GARCH T type error distribution, exponential GARCH, GGR GARCH model. Then the GARCH mean model, APARCH model have been chosen for the study. And in support vector regression, the kernel function selection has been selected as a linear and a radial bias function with the parameter with the optimization parameter of 1 and 15 hyperparameter tuning and the artificial neural network for performance evaluation mean square error and mean absolute error have been chosen, and this modeling has been done using the Python programming for econometric model as well as the support vector regression and artificial neural network based model. The data set has been split for the validation and cross validation into 80-20 ratios out of the total time period of 2011 to 2024. So this is just an overview of the GARCH-based model, what all these models capture, what are the main characteristics of these models. So I will not go much detail into these characteristics. So these are basically the iron ore price data for 62% and 65% Fe content for 2011 to 2024. So as we see that there is a huge volatility in the iron ore prices. In the 2011, the prices were peaking at around $180 level in the international market, and then they dipped to the level of $40, and again it started rising and peaked to the post-COVID in 2021-22 to the level of 200 plus dollars. With a return, if you plot the log return of the prices, so it clearly indicates basically by visual inspection that there is a volatility clustering is there in the data. So this is a key descriptive statistics of the basically log return. So the main parameter skewness and kurtosis that we observe. So there is a left tailing in the data is there that is present. And based on the kurtosis parameter, we see that the distribution is leptokurtic. That is a heavy tail distribution is there in the data. Now the table 2 shows the basically the evaluation metrics based on the MSE parameter mean squared error and their AIC and BIC parameter for the 62 and 65 grade iron ore. So based on this, we see that the GGR GARCH model is the best model for 62% Fe content. And for 65% Fe content, SVR RVF linear radial bias function model performs best, with having the lowest MSE value and the lowest AIC and BIC values. While evaluating on the basis of mean absolute error, we see that the support vector linear model performs best for 62% Fe content, and for 65% Fe content, the linear model with a kernel density of 15 performs best. These are the basically error distribution plot for different kind of models for visual inspection. And these are basically the actual versus the forecasting of prices in the train and test period. So this is from 2021 and to 2024. So all of the data parameters are mostly pursuing, but the best performing model are SVR RVF model for 65% Fe and the GAR GGR best model for 62% Fe based on their lowest MSE and everything. And the ANN and IGART model were the basically worst performing model as per this study and results, because they are having the higher errors, MSE and ME errors, and the complexity of the model values. The key takeaway from this study is that SBR RBF1 outperformed traditional GARS model for 65% FE for price forecasting, and GARS GGR is reliable for modeling 62% FE fluctuations. ANN models require further tuning or alternative deep learning approaches, and the hybrid model SVR plus GARS could
I
improve further
request you to
forecasting
start winding
accuracy.
up.
Yeah, sure. I'll just wind up. So these are the basically conclusion and which has already been explained. So what for scope for further development is to develop more hybrid model development and the feature engineering to parameter tuning, and alternative machine learning models can be tried with a hyper optimization of the parameters. Suggestion for policymakers are to integrate basically these predictive analytics in the trade policy to enhance the hedging strategies, supply chain optimization, and market transparency, and encourage research on hybrid models, GARCH and AI ML based models for more precise forecasting for the optimal utilization of the resources. These are some of the references that I have used, though the actual number of papers are more, but for the limited
Thank you,
number of
Rakesh. I think it's a very in-depth research that you have done. And
Thank you, ma'am.
I'd just like to invite my other judge. Dr. Prince is here. Dr. Prince, sir, have you joined the panel? Dr. Prince Bhatia? Can you just check with him if he's there? Right. All right. So, Rakesh, it's a very
Yes, ma'am.
in-depth work, and just one recommendation. I mean, one observation.
Yes, ma'am.
All the recommendations that you've given for future work. So you are still your PhD is yet to be submitted. So
Yes,
when
ma'am.
you are giving these recommendations, the one big question that's going to be coming is that why have you not included this in your PhD work? Right. So when you have already at this stage, you have understood that these are some of the limitations and you have not incorporated, right?
Yes,
So
ma'am.
if it's possible for you to be able to include any of these recommendations for future work that you've given, right, which have not been incorporated in your current work, right? So I mean, all the four, of course, they are very, very good that you've been able to identify. So do try to include them before you actually submit.
Right, ma'am. I'll
Because
explore and
so you
noted,
can
ma'am.
explore, and whatever little you can add on,
Yes,
because
ma'am.
already, I mean, it's good that you're doing a very good comparative analysis between the traditional models, volatility models, and the machine learning models. So now that these things have also come in, right? So any of these four any of these four recommendations that you're giving, if it's possible for you to incorporate in your PhD work, maybe not in this paper, but
Certainly,
maybe
ma'am. I'll
this
do that.
thing. So please try to do include that. So it's a very good work, excellent work, and very in depth. So I will, I hope that you're able to send the full paper as early as possible. Thank you
Right,
so
ma'am.
much.
Right, I'll do it. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. That was a great presentation. I would just like to inform everyone that we have been joined with Dr. Prince Bhatia, the session chair for track 4. We welcome you, Dr. Prince Bhatia.
Uh, photo. Dr. Prince, am I audible to you? Exit. All right. So when he joins next, just have a word with him,
Yes, please.
right? So we can, we will welcome him, right? So, yeah. So we can proceed with the next one.
Next one, I would like to call our next presenter with paper ID 126, Miss Neha Dakshaini. Paper ID 126.
Yeah, hi. Hello, everyone. I'll just share my screen. My topic for presentation is alternative investment solutions, private sector involvement in blue economy through impact investing. So blue economy refers,
Ma'am, if
begin
you
with the
could just
introduction.
put your presentation in presentation mode, please.
Yeah, sure. I'm not able to do it. Just a second. Is it fine now?
Yeah, fine, Neha, go ahead. Go ahead, Neha.
Yes. So to begin with, the blue economy refers to the sustainable use of ocean resources for economic growth and improved livelihoods and other job opportunities. And it includes sectors like fisheries, aquaculture, tourism, etc. Considering the current global impact, as we can see in the slide, it offers a lot of potential for growth. And India's vision also, India vision for New India by 2030 also, blue economy plays a very key vital role here. Considering that India has vast coastline, ports, and exclusive economic zone. The blue economy is crucial for achieving UN Sustainable Development Goals, but faces significant funding challenges, which ranges around $2 trillion funding gap that still exists. So some of the key barriers include high climate risk, long-term periods, return periods, regulatory uncertainty, and industry-specific challenges. So accelerate investments, a diverse pool of low-cost funds and market-based instruments are needed, and private sector can play a very important role here in the form of private equity, blended finance, and impact financing. Some of the key studies that have gone through, and based on the studies, that private sector can drive a sustainable investment in blue economy. These are the literature, some of the literature review, and based on this, the research objectives that we can form are to evaluate the role of private sector in financing the blue economy, to analyze the effectiveness of alternative investment solutions such as private equity, venture capital, and blended finance, to propose a comprehensive framework for integrating impact investing in the blue economy. So methodology that we plan to use is the qualitative analysis, case studies, and expert interviews, and quantitative analysis like financial data analysis, impact metrics, and regression models. So this is a conclusion like so $1 trillion opportunity that requires private sector involvement, and if there's a blended finance, private and public sector must work together to promote marine conservation, responsible fishing, and eco-friendly tourism. Yeah.
So Neha,
Thank
your
you.
topic is very interesting, but I think it's still work in progress.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
do a thorough SLR if possible on this, right? Your systematic literature review, if you can do on this. And of course, you have to delve little deeper. Try to
Yes.
see, you go for your interviews and see what comes out. So before you submit the paper, right? So make sure that all is done and then you send the paper to us. All right. So
Sure.
good, very interesting topic. Just I think add-on is required. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Next on, I would like to call paper ID 133, Dr. Suhasini Verma.
Good afternoon. Hope I'm audible to all.
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Dr. Suhashni. Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, ma'am. Please, I'm just sharing my paper. Is it visible? My slides are visible?
Yeah, you
Yes, ma'am.
put it on the slide mode, ma'am.
Yeah. Should I start?
Yes, ma'am.
Please.
Yeah, thank you. So my work is on green finance and sustainable development goal, and this role of Commercial Bank of India. So in this paper, I just wanted to check that what role the commercial banks are playing in this sustainable development goal. And these are the outline of my paper, like introduction, why I have conducting this study, the objective of my study, research methodology, and what are the products which is offered by commercial banks, what are the regulator initiative in providing this green financing products by the commercial banks, and analysis, conclusions, suggestions, and few of the references. So green finance, as we know, that the financial investment which is supporting the sustainable development goal, which is given by United Nations 2030. And this green finance, many a time it is called what climate mitigation finance also. It includes investment in this sustainable initiative like the water and energy efficiency or climate change or reducing the carbon emission and all. And this has become one of the most important topic nowadays. And not only the government, but the private sector and the globe also, the World Bank and this many of the country, they are taking their initiative that how to reverse this harm which is happening to the environment and climate. And normally the policymakers, regulators, and banking institutions are also considering that there should be a goal to finance all these products, all these initiatives, which is there to help our environment and climate. And but we have to check that what type of initiative they are taking, whether it is suffice or not, so that we can achieve its goal. So why we are conducting this study? Like we said that environment and climatic issues nowadays is a much talked about issue, and everyone, whether it is an individual or a company or a regulator or the policymaker, even the governments, they are talking about. So it's really very important to see that when everybody is talking about then what this subject is, and whether what we are doing, what type of initiative we are doing and taking, and whether it is proper or exact, whatever is required for. Then the research objective is, the research objective of my study is to examine that what role the commercial banks are playing in green financing so that sustainable development goal can be achieved. And also we can see that what are the growing concern of environmental and climatic challenges they are being addressed. So research methodology, my paper is conceptual in nature, and it is completely based on the secondary data and the literature. And we have collected the data from the databases of commercial bank as well as the RBI, World Bank, and the reports of this sustainable finance and sustainable development goal. And it's based on entirely, like I said earlier, it is the secondary data as well as the literature or the articles. These are the few of the products which is given by the commercial bank. It is rooftop solar loan. It is loan given for the electric vehicle, green bonds, which is most popular product, if I should say, in this arena of this green financing. Then green business loan, renewable energy loan, environmental protection loan, as well as green deposits also are being offered by the commercial bank. If we talk about the initiative of RBI, then firstly in 2023, April 9 to 11, the RBI published a framework for acceptance of green deposit. And from this has implemented in 1st of June 2023 that banking and non-banking organizations, they should also go for the green financing so that they can contribute in the goal of reversing the harm which has happened to the environment and climate and to safeguard our environment. This framework is aimed to protect the interest of the depositors, helping clients and to achieve the sustainable goal while addressing the issue of greenwashing and encouraging more credible investment which is aligned with the sustainable development goal. And they have also established a comprehensive broad authorized policy, especially for green deposits, mandatory for banks and NBFCs, and all information pertaining to the issue and distribution of green deposits should be included in this policy. The guarantee of effective distribution of green deposit, these institutions must also put in place a financing framework that has been approved by the board. So these are the guidelines of RBI. And it is estimated that around 2.5% of GDP is required every year till 2023, which is the year of the year when the UN is aspiring to achieve the sustainable development goal. So in India, 2.5% of GDP is required to go towards the sustainability financing. So one of the data we can see here, and it is related with this green bond. And if you see the percentage of green bond in the financial sector, they are contributing just 15%, and the corporate and renewable energy sector, they are contributing 17% in the green bond, one of the prominent green financing product. Utilities, it is 49%. Government agencies, they are promoting. Government development banks, they are contributing 2%, and local government is nearly 0.1%. So this is the situation of green bond, in fact, in this putting this objective. So if you see the result and conclusion, we can see that, okay, three main broad conclusion of my research is coordinated action to scale up green finance at a faster pace, because we are lagging behind, and India is at third if you talk about the carbon emission after US and China. So we are the third one in terms of carbon emission. So very coordinated action required so that we can achieve our goal at a faster rate. Then furthering policy initiative to mobilize green finance by all sectors. So we are talking about developing and operationalizing a green or climate finance taxonomy, and introducing national and sub-national level legislation like the regulation. And here we are talking about banks. So RBI is the regulator, and what type of policy they are taking and whether or not they are suffice. And again, the making coordinated efforts across data collection, reporting, and access. So the though the RBI has instructed the commercial banks that they have to put on their website that how much percentage of their loans they are providing in the green financing in initiative or instrument, but also the coordinated data is required, because when I was doing my study, I was facing a lot of difficulty to get that what type of or what is the portion, or you can say percentage of a loan they are providing to which sector of, I mean, firstly, how much percentage advances of financing they are providing to green products, and again, what are the bifurcation in green financing in the solar panels or EVs or other type of requirements. So the data should be available, and there should be a coordinated effect, and the climate finance data is always also required, and that should be dynamic. I mean, whenever there is a change in the data of climatic data, or whenever there is a change by the requirement, if the requirement increases or some institute has provided the data, that should be available to one and all. An integrated domestic measurement, reporting, and verification system should be there. So greenwashing is a major problem, and RBI has also initiated some policies. They have provided some policy document that how the greenwashing can be addressed and so on. So these are the result at this point of time of my study, and the suggestion which the study is providing, that green project, there should be a proper allocation of money should be there for the green project, and as it becomes challenging because of internal budgeting should be there, proper accounting should be there, and everything should be provided on their website, like the ESG data and CSR data is provided, and key performance there should be a part of key performance indicator, that whether or not, just not the suggestion by the RBI that okay, you have to, I mean, you can provide this much of amount for green financing, but it should be under the key performance indicator, should, so that it can be ensured that okay, it is happening. So these are the suggestions. These are few of the papers which have gone through for my study, and that's all.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Verma, and thank you so much for this paper presentation. My one question to you is that, when you're talking with the commercial banks, so any one bank that you can highlight in India, because which you feel that has been able to incorporate these SDGs, any one
Yeah,
bank that stands out.
this Bank of Baroda, I have seen that a few of the data are available for Bank of Baroda. So I can say that, okay, Bank of Baroda is taking initiative and they are providing loan. And there are Grameen Bank also, one of the Grameen Bank also, I just missed the name of that bank. They are also taking initiative in this green deposits. So a few of the banks, they are taking initiative, though it has started in 2023 only. So I'm very sure that other banks will also take the lead, and we will come to know in future that okay, these many initiatives are taken so that by 2020-30 we can achieve the goal. But as of now, these two banks I have come across.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Just one more, little, just a suggestion. Very interesting products you talked about, the solar rooftop and, the other green products that you talked about. So any, like maybe in your future studies, if you could just incorporate a little more in-depth study on them, that, what is the outcome of these products which the bank is launching?
Yes, ma'am.
Right.
It's a
Because they're
paper
quite
I'm
interesting.
still.
If I could just see that slide once again, I mean, if you don't mind taking it back, your
Sure.
presentation.
You are talking about this.
Yeah, so quite, of course, government of India is too much into solar, this thing, and even in the budget we have seen. But green bonds is also talked about in a lot of, electric vehicle loans. Of course, we are into this. So out, in your from your perspective, just want to know that out of these 6 products, which is the most, happen. I mean, which is the product which is the banks are using the most for,
It's green bank, ma'am.
incorporating the SDGs.
It's green bonds. It's green
Green
bonds.
bonds has more take.
Yes,
And-
more in
okay.
depth, and that is why I able to get the data also. And I'm just
Mhm.
trying to figure it out that what percentage of financing this commercial bank are doing for this green initiative, and what are their percentage. Like I spoke earlier also, that suppose 20% is kept apart for this green financing. So from that 20%, how much for rooftop, or how much for electric vehicle loan, and so on, so that we can just get an insight that whether this money is going or whether it is going or not. So this I'm on the way, and hopefully I'll
Yeah,
get the
because
data.
ultimately the outcome of these products, I mean, like,
Yes.
it's good that the banks are floating, but we have to really do in-depth study to be
Of
able to
course.
really understand it, whether, what is the outcome that is coming out from all these, how many customers are, how many clients are there of the banks which are really going for them.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
How attractive
So
these products are for the customers. Thank you so
yes.
much, Dr. Swashni.
Thank you.
Great.
Thank you for your suggestion. I'm also looking forward in that way only, and
Quite
try to
interesting, because I think if you
get the
delve
data.
deeper into them, so we'll have some more insights.
Yes, of
That
course.
will add more value. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Presentation. Yeah.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I would like to proudly announce that we have concluded with track number 3. Now we will start with track number 4. I would like to welcome our session chair, Dr. Prince Bhatia. Dr. Prince Bhatia serves as an assistant professor too in the accounting and finance area at the XIM, Xavier's Institute of Management. In addition to his teaching responsibilities, Dr. Bhatia contributes to various institutional committees. He is a member of the Academic Discipline Committee, which oversees academic integrity and standards, and the Students Mentoring Committee, dedicated to providing guidance and support to students. We welcome you, Dr. Prince Bhatia.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just, Dr. Prince Bhatia, thank you so much for, sparing your valuable time and being with us for this session. And we are running a little late, so my apologies for the same, and because
No,
we
no,
had
no.
some technical
Completely fine.
glitches. So thank you for joining.
Thank you very much. My pleasure.
So we can start with the presentation.
Starting with the first presentation for track 4, I would like to call paper ID 134, Lakshita Rana. Paper ID 134.
Or Srishti Jain is there.
Yes, ma'am.
Can we have Srishti?
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
Okay.
Lakshita, you can be
Yeah.
Should I present my screen, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, you do that.
Yeah.
We are starting with paper ID 127, Shrishti Jain.
Okay. So is my screen visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone. I am thankful to the organizers for giving me the opportunity to present my research work titled Decomposing Carbon Emissions, LMDI with country-specific insights and panel data analysis, co-authored with Professor Amit Kumar Singh sir in front of you all. So this is the outline of my presentation: introduction, followed by theoretical framework, review of literature, research methodology, analysis and interpretation, and then conclusion. Starting with introduction. So extreme climatic conditions and the ripple effects can be witnessed across the globe, which has prompted world economies to formulate suitable policies to reduce emissions. However, of all the greenhouse gas emissions, researchers specifically focus on carbon emissions as they are the leading contributor to global warming. So from 2015 to 2017, researcher Hanif 2018 claims that the global temperature has risen by nearly 1.27 degrees Celsius. Thus, it is vital to comprehend the driving factors of carbon emissions to achieve low carbon economic progress. So an increase in urbanization, industrialization and usage of fossil fuels and ever increasing consumption of energy causes an increase in emissions. Thus, the global economies are considered several measures both individually and collectively to mitigate greenhouse gases. So here we are focusing on decomposition, which refers to the process of analyzing and breaking down the factors that contribute to carbon emissions. So here, basically, this method helps the academician to understand the nuanced factors driving the increase or decrease in carbon emissions. So this is a theoretical framework. In the current study, preformed international treaties like OECD, G7, or any other preformed international treaties are not considered for investigating their contribution to the adverse climate situation. So keeping in view the comprehensive list published by the Union of Concerned Scientists, we have selected the countries that generally contribute to increasing the carbon footprint. Further, the continents of the selected countries have been identified based on geographical proximity to run the econometric tools on panel data. Only South Africa appears in the consolidated list published in the Union Concerned of Scientists, but to make it a panel data and comparable with other continents. So we have included 3 more countries based on a paper given by Ayompe et al. 2021. So the 3 countries are Egypt, Algeria, and Nigeria. Coming on to review of literature. So here an extensive review of literature has been undertaken. The section on the review of literature is, as we all know, is of utmost importance in understanding the body of existing knowledge. So here we have conducted PRISMA, the systematic literature review, and according to it, 174 studies have been studied for the present study. So the research gap after analyzing all the studies were, first, as already told, that previous research papers have undertaken preformed international treaties or regional groups. So the current study focuses on building panel data based on geographical proximity. There is one more paper by Paramati et al. 2017, and the paper found that the emissions of one country significantly impact neighboring countries as well, thus concluding that geographical proximity is of utmost importance. Second, our study aims to determine the driving factors of carbon emissions based on improvised Kaya identity, unlike in the previous studies focusing on the conventional form of the Kaya identity. So, and the third one is basically that we have undertaken LMDI to gain country insights and long-run panel data analysis as a separate study. So the research methodology here is the objective. The aim of the present study focuses on decomposing the factors driving carbon emissions in the selected carbon emitting countries. The technique used is basically the extended version of the Kaya identity based on renewable and non-renewable sources, as also done by Hua et al. 2022. Also, LMDI has been undertaken to decompose the emissions and to gain country insights, and long-run estimation techniques have been used. The software that has been used is Stata version 17. The variables after identifying the improvised Kaya identity were population, GDP per capita, also known as economic activity factor, clean energy intensity, CEI, energy transition, and emission per unit of non-renewable energy. And the time period chosen is 1995 to 2023. So these are the equations supporting LMDI. Now, starting with analysis and interpretation, firstly, the country insights. So every nation has varied resilience to economic shocks. It is found that the countries relying more on renewable sources are better off and emit less carbon in the atmosphere. Conversely, rapid economic growth often results in increased energy consumption and demand, which in turn leads to higher carbon emissions. While shifting from fossil fuels to cleaner technologies generally helps in lower emissions, this is not necessarily the case for Asian economies. Finally, transitioning from traditional energy sources to green alternative contributes to reduction in emissions. So here they are the series of events in the selected time frame. Asian financial crisis, dot-com bubble burst, global financial crisis, European sovereign debt crisis, commodity crisis, COVID-19, and Russia-Ukraine war. So all of these events have different impact with different intensities on different nations. So here are the graphical representations for LMDI for each of the 18 countries that have been used in the present study. Coming on to North America, the panel consisting of 3 nations, US, Canada, and Mexico. So the results here suggest that economic growth plays a significant role in influencing carbon emissions in America. The coefficient is positive, substantial, and statistically significant at 5% level. We have seen that GDP per capita is an important driver in the case of USA, Canada, and Mexico using LMTI as well. So as economic activity spurs, energy consumption rises and eventually emits carbon. CEI does not affect the carbon emissions if significantly. There's a paper by Dugan. So the paper reports that developing nations make a sincere effort to incorporate renewable energy into their energy grids. However, developed nations rely heavily.
Request you to kindly wind up.
Okay. So coming on to conclusions directly. So these were the panel data estimations for each of the 4 panels. Coming on to conclusion. So in case of America, economic activity factor, energy transition, emissions per unit of non-renewable energy increase emissions. In case of Europe, it is found that economic activity factor, energy transition, emission per unit of non-renewable energy and population positively impact carbon emissions. However, clean energy intensity negatively influences emissions. In the case of Asia, economic growth, emissions per unit of NRE, population increase emissions. CEI negatively impacts emissions. And lastly, it is found that energy transition is insignificant in influencing emissions. Lastly, in the case of Africa, it is found that the economic activity factor, energy transition, and emissions per unit of NRD positively impact carbon emissions. So based upon the results, we can see that Europe is performing better as compared to every other panel. So there is Europe and then America, followed by Asia, and lastly, Africa. Policy implications may be that countries must increase the proportion of renewable energy, which the countries are currently doing as well. And awareness also should be increased among the citizens so that they can demand sophisticated products leading to reduced consumption-based emissions. And limitations could be that we have only focused on the decomposition analysis. However, future studies can also focus on the decoupling analysis. So thank you, everybody. That's all from my side.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Shrishti. So Dr. Bhatia, Professor Bhatia, if you could have some questions for Shrishti.
It's a very good presentation. That's a
Thank
detailed
you, sir.
presentation. Actually, I just want to know, like, would you please open the model which you have been used, like where you have defined the variables? Would you please open that?
Yeah, just a second, sir. So this one?
No, where you have mentioned the variables, like, yeah, this one. Yeah,
Yes, sir.
yeah, this one. So I have only one observation, like the variables which you are using, these all are macro level variables. So like it should be a lagged one. Like last year should be affect the carbon, whatever the last year like efforts which
Yes,
have been
sir.
taken. So it needs to be a lagged one. So have you taken the all the values on the lagged one, or you done the regression on the current year variables?
No, sir. I have taken the lag values and also I have applied logarithmic things.
Okay,
So
fine,
we have checked for stationarity of the variables. If the variables were not stationary, so automatically the difference one was taken, which was the lag variable.
Okay, one more thing, like you have run the different panels, fine, like for
Yes,
the different continents. So have you used the country effect as well?
No, sir. Country
Okay,
effect was not
so
chosen. Only the individual
okay,
country insights were taken into account while doing LMDI.
okay, see, like these all have attributes like each continent. So like just for the robustness, like try to use the country effect. This is just suggestion from my end, fine.
Okay, sir.
Rest
Noted,
all
sir.
are good from my side, fine.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Shrishti. We can move on to the next presenter.
Thank you so much. Our next presenter is paper ID 128, Dr. Anna Mafak. Paper ID 128.
Hello, everyone. Is my screen visible?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Just a second. All right. All right. So my topic is sustainable finance as a catalyst for brand differentiation. This is a qualitative approach that I have used. And as we can see that, this research comes into picture when we talk about how brand differentiation can be used, how we can use sustainable finance as a brand differentiation and the companies can actually do better. It talks about how sustainable finance can boost the brand appeal by meeting consumers and investors demand for ethical and responsible practices. The research outcome here comes basically because most of the research that we are being used or have been studied, they focus on that how these terms are being used in the industry, but how it is used as a branding tool is somewhat which is missing. So there's enough gap in that. And in other words, we can also say that how companies' financial strategies, if we talk about how it can be used for creating an image in the minds of the consumers that this company is doing better. As a branding tool, we can use sustainable finance. And so here the objectives are, our first objective is to examine how sustainable finance practices influence brand differentiation. And second is to identify the challenges and best practices for integrating sustainable finance into brand strategy. Well, talking about the literature review, I have particularly in my research paper, I have many papers before 2015, but primarily I have focused on papers from 2015 because the Paris Agreement in 2015 to reduce the carbon emission. After that, the number of papers have actually increased after the United Nations Climate Conference that was in 12 December 2015. So that is why the literature review here talks about different topics. I have tried to accommodate different authors and what were the aspects around which the research was being revolving. So the first one was like sustainability linked loans. The other was like the impact on risk management, which the studies focused on. Then how long-term value creation is there. Similarly, the impact of ECG, financial performance, and the growing concern for green bonds. So likewise, this was a time span, particularly these years were only used. And talking about the methodology, we have used a qualitative methodology wherein we have taken in-depth interviews and some kind of an inductive research we have used because we have already data, we have information, we have descriptive studies on sustainable finance, but how it is being used as a as a tool for branding is lacking. So that is why we have taken insights and the term inductive research has been used here. And the experts that we have used for our study are, we have taken LinkedIn, for reaching out to the people. So that is why it was a bit difficult to reach. And the sample size is only limited to 12 because we tried to approach many, but we could only get 20 positive interviews. So that was why only 12 we have. And for your data analysis, we have used NVivo 12 and we have done thematic analysis that we have derived on themes. And we have also used Python, some libraries from Python like Plotify and Matplotlib for actually deriving out the themes that I'll be talking about in the findings section. So talking about the findings, the first is talks about the authenticity in the financial practices, that exactly how much authentic we are when we talk about the financial practices in terms of maybe the examples that were being given by some of the experts were like they gave an example that imagine that you have a clothing company and that claims to be sustainable and says that it invests heavily into sustainability, but it lacks, the factories lack the basic labor practices. So that lacks authenticity. And that is something which should not be done. And for example, they don't have proper supply chain, the point which was actually mentioned. Second was transparency and reporting. So they mentioned about the companies that they must be open and they must be honest about the sustainability efforts and how they are using their finances to achieve their goals that are being set. And another example, which was stated by one of the experts, was regarding the green bonds. And they said that it is important from our end, and as a company, we are focusing on like an example of green bonds, wherein we say that we are using green bonds and the funds that are being actually used for sustainable activities, but there is nothing to quantify, like what was the amount of carbon emission reduced. They are not able to tell that. So these are also some of the challenges which they are experiencing. And also that recommendations regarding that how companies should actively engage in the stakeholders like the customers, the employees, the investors, the communities, and to undertake the feedback and responses as well. And next is that a company might hold meetings to discuss about the environmental plans. That should be important. And they gave some examples like how sustainability should not be a separate initiative, but rather it should involve, it should be an integrated approach wherein the company's overall financial strategy is being discussed and like for having a better brand identity. So it needs to be a core part of that. And the risk of greenwashing that has been repeatedly being used, and like people talking about that it is not only important of saying that we are sustainable, but a track record. The challenge which we are facing was continuously being mentioned in all the interviews, that we are not able to track, and there should be some practices, some certifications and some genuine efforts to see that what we are actually doing, maybe
Ma'am, request you
from the
to
last
chat your
5
name
years
up.
what we have done. So this was the network graph that is derived from the themes. What we have done this using Python's library, that all the interviews that we have gathered, we have used this to actually link the themes, that what the themes were coming, what were the common points that were coming on. So from that data, we derived this network graph using Python. The other thing was the tree map also that we created, that these were some of the words that were repeatedly being used that we actually found out from the data. Next, talking about the implications. So it is an extension of the stakeholder theory because it talks about how sustainable finance can lead to brand differentiation and emphasizing on the importance of stakeholders' perception in terms of the financial practices that the companies are using. Secondly, also it adds to the in-depth existing literature on how corporate social responsibility can be increased and how brand equity can actually be achieved by the companies by showcasing that how their sustainable finance decisions are impacting the country in achieving this company. Sorry. Last is your practical implications that talks about how we can use these things to create a cohesive narrative regarding the practices and how consumers we can have better loyal customers, because customers are now these days very much concerned and they understand the ethical terms of how the business should work, how the companies are going. There are more awareness is there. We talk about social media platforms, we've talked about n number of other things. So transparency is something which is important to build the trust among the you talk about customers. Last is we talk about the future research directions that says like it is important for us to explore the impact of sustainable finance on brand equity in diverse industries, and the longitudinal studies to measure the effectiveness of ECG financial strategies, that exactly how much they are being able to give, and also to investigate the regional and cultural differences in consumers' perception, because it can vary from region to region. So one more like other studies can be, the future studies can work on that. And lastly is to the integration of advanced technologies, to talk about AI and other things, that how they can be used and implied. You talk about different models which can be used which exhibit less carbon emission or something of that kind. So these were also some of the suggestions given which I've incorporated in the future research direction. So finally, at conclusion, we can say that sustainable finance is definitely a very powerful tool for brand differentiation, and companies must integrate the ECG financial practices for branding strategies. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Anam. That was quite a good presentation. Over to you, Professor Prince, for your observations. So you are not, I think you're muted. If you could just unmute yourself.
Fine. Yeah, no, it's a very good presentation. It's a very good topic, like it's a depth study. So my only observation is like, see, you already had your in-depth interviews with you. Fine. You already did the thematic analysis. And if like what is missing from my side, like if you will find out the factors and how this factors is moving, like how this sustainable finance is getting converted into this particular brand differentiation or brand strategy. If you suggest a model or something, it would add some value to your paper. Like if you will able to find out some model, like how this factors is contributing towards the brand differentiation, that is really add a value to your paper. And that's all from
Thank
my
you so much.
side.
So it's a wonderful
Welcome.
suggestion, and I'm
Welcome.
sure that I'm going to add on, and my paper will definitely improve by including this suggestion. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Anam.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Next presenter I would call is paper ID 129, Sheetal Maurya.
Yeah, okay. Hello, everyone. Can you please stop sharing the screen? Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so is my screen visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Once again. Okay, so good evening to everyone. My name is Sheetal Maurya. I'm here to present my work on investor perception on board resource diversity and its influence on investment decision making. This is co-authored by Professor Lavleen Gupta. So the objective of this study is to examine the investor perception of various factors affecting their investment decision, where the board resource diversity is the key variable of our interest. This is a primary study and data has been collected through a well-structured questionnaire, which has been tested for its reliability and validity. After that, a EFA, CFA, and path analysis using structural equation modeling was performed to analyze the result. And this work basically helps in studying how perception of individuals related to skill, expertise of board member influence their investment decision in a firm. So just to give you an overview of the literature review, it has been found that the extant literature is well rich when it comes to the research on structural diversity of the board, which relates with the proportions of non-executive director, board size, women director, CEO duality, and proportion of independent director, etc. These are very accessible factor. One can easily get this information from any of the databases. But the findings of these researchers reveal that there is a mixed evidences, and there is lack of consensus in the reported empirical evidences. So that was the reason around 2000 the focus shifted towards analyzing the more qualitative traits of the board of director. For instance, in this context of this present study, we have three key studies. One was conducted by Thorsa Likasen in 2014, where they studied the role of director experience in IPO performances. Similarly, around 2013, Hafsi and Turgut conducted a study in which they basically divided the board into structural diversity and the second component as the demographic diversity, which included the director ethnicity, age, and experience, which is more qualitative in nature. And the lastly, the most important study for this paper was conducted by Hillman, Conella, and Pates around 2000. So they basically gave out a typology where they said that the board can be divided into three resource category named as support specialist, business expert, and community influential. Now this categorization was basically based on their skill, expertise, background, and specialization, area of specialization. This is the overview of some of the study in this area. So basically the crux is that these studies have found that not all directors are equally efficient. And we should not only look at the structural diversity, we should also look at the kind of resource diversity that we have on the board. And they found that each director is different and they contribute differently depending on what their background is. They have used different method to study the board source diversity, such as Bloss index, which was used by me in my secondary data analysis, which is a part of another study. But still, I'm coming to the exploratory factor analysis of the study. According to Tabanich and Fiddle 2001, for the sample adequacy test, I have used KMO and Bartlett test of sphericity, and the cutoff value indicated by the Bajin and Fiddle in 2001 was 0.6. And as we can see that it is well, satisfied by the result output. And we were good to go with the component analysis. So exploratory factor analysis, in this we have identified 5 different factors related to BRD, which is the board resource diversity, total investment decision, ESG variables, corporate governance variable, and lastly the corporate image. Each of the factor loading was well above the 0.5, which is the cutoff limit, and we were good to perform with the confirmatory factor analysis. As I mentioned before, we have worked this on 5 factor, and I've used MOS 24 for the data analysis. The present study do not observe any kind of problem associated with Haywood case because we have sufficiently large data of 250 observation, and there is no violation of 3 indicator rule, which is required. Coming to the assessment of model construct validity, in which I've used Kaskin Validity Master tool. And table 8.4 basically presents the result of validity test. And coming to the convergent validity, which can be observed from factor loading as well as the average variance extracted, which requires a cutoff value of 0.5. and the value that we observe from the output table is satisfying these cutoff values. So convergent validity is established. And for the discriminant validity, it is important that the average variance extracted should be, greater than maximum shared variance, as well as the average variance extracted should also be greater than the average shared variance. So these two conditions are met, and so the discriminant validity was also established. Coming to the nomological validity, and we can see from the correlation matrix 8.5, this exhibit the correlation value between the various pair of construct in the present study, and the inter-construct correlation is low. And we found that the square root of the average variance extracted of all the construct have found to be more than the correlation within the construct in the study. And so the nomological validity was well established. And we were good to go and proceed with the model fit indices. I'm just trying to give a quick overview here, looking at the both absolute fit index as well as the incremental fit index that have been used. As we can see from the table 8.6, the threshold values are mentioned along with their references. So each of these absolute fit index and incremental fit index met the condition required as indicated by the threshold values. And these are the some of the key references which have been used to find out these threshold values. I have also conducted the common method bias using two different methods, Herman single factor test as well as the common latent method. And we did not find any problem associated with common method biases. And finally, we were good to go with the SEM analysis, structure equation modeling. In this, we are testing four major hypotheses. So as we can see on the right-hand side, the regression table, the only two important constructs were found to be related to ESG parameters, and the second one is the board resource diversity. So we say that we can reject the hypothesis which say that there is no significant relationship between the ESG practices and the shareholder investment decision. This is rejected. And the other hypothesis which state that there is no significant relationship between board resource diversity of the firm and shareholder investment decision. This is also rejected. Coming to the SEM model. So this is how the model flows. Now coming directly to the main conclusion, implication, and suggestion. So this study concludes that the investor perception of companies' ESG practices and factor indicating the level of board resource diversity, they have statistical significant influence on the investment decision. And particularly both are found to be positively related to the investment choices. This means better company image and greater resource diversity on the board positively influence the investment decision of the investor. In addition to using financial, fundamental, and technical indicators of firm in screening the firm for asset allocation, firm must also keep in mind the resource diversity pool of the company because they have significant influence on the perception. Investors and the portfolio manager, it is suggested to be abreast of such changes and development on the corporate board. And we know that the Companies Act 2013 lays out a detailed provision on board composition that promotes structural diversity of the board and maintains a desirable level of independence from the management. There are no regulation, however, to the composition of the board based on the unique resources they contribute to the company. So a step in direction can be to formulate a regulatory guideline on the background of the experience of the directors. These soft guidelines, in conjunction with the existing provision of the board composition, could potentially promote the effective discharge of board's duty, roles, and responsibility. So finally, a well-diversified board on resource and cognitive base add to the value of the firm. In return, firm could get a better valuation in the market. And with this, I would like to conclude my presentation, and I'm open for the questions. Thank you.
So Sheetal, my first question is like when you are talking about the investor, fine. So like what sort of investor you are covering here? That particular thing is not defined. See, when we are talking about investors, so definitely the institutional investors are also there, and as well as retail investors are also there. Fine. So what sort
Right.
of investors you are covering there?
Yes, sir. So basically, as a part of methodology, I did not mention that, but the questionnaire has been circulated among the equity investor, those are individual investor, and the portfolio manager, and those who have at least 5 years of experience with the investment, so that they have certain understanding about how the market works and how the investment decisions are made.
Okay, so it is covering both the like your institutional investor, like portfolio managers, as well as your individual investors. Fine.
Right.
So my question is like let's see from the perspective of your individual investor. Fine. Do they really care about the board diversity when they are simply investing in certain companies, or like these factors are not that important instead of their other factors, like how the company's growth and the other things are important? That is one question which you can look out, because see, like you have to show the like distinction in your paper, like why this particular aspect is more important from the perspective of individual this institutional investor, not from the individual investor. Because which I think from the literature as well as from the like from the experience, like these things are not that much important for the individual investor. Fine. Another thing, like you also have to define like what is your basically like when you are taking the sample, like what is the sample base, like these people like from which you are collecting the data, like fine, these people are like in which age group these are, like fine, they are having the experience of 5 years, fine, like how much they are aware of the regulations and all, like whether if there is any amendment with respect to the current regulations, are they able to understand all those things, and are they able to put that into their investment decisions or not? That I really don't know whether you have put all those questions in
Right, sir.
your questionnaire or not. So these all are my observation. Like this is a good topic, but you have to keep in mind like while fixing up the things and all. And this is what.
Right, sir. So these information were collected as a part of the analysis, but because of the limitation of this presentation, I did not include those part. But one thing, that suggestion that you gave, that to differentiate the retail investor group from the institutional, that's definitely a valuable suggestion, because I did not did that kind of differentiation in this study, because I didn't get, to be quite honest, I didn't get much of the response from the institutional investors and the portfolio investors. So majorly the sample was made of retail investors.
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
Fine. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sheetal. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Next on, I would like to call a presenter with paper ID 130, Mr. Shobit Kaire. Let's proceed with our next presentation. I would like to call paper ID 131. Paper ID 131. Proceeding on with the next presentation, I would like to call paper ID 132. Miss Muskan Singh, paper ID 132.
Yeah, some of them have not. Shobit? Sorry? So Shobit is there. Yeah, we can. Let's take them.
Let's proceed on with paper ID 134, Lakshita Rana.
Professor Dr. Bhatia, I think this name is not there in your sheet.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, fine.
Yeah, so you need to add this. They were last moment entries. And so you'll have to add her. And I've sent you on your, WhatsApp. Just check the marking, this thing criteria.
Sure,
So
sure,
you
sure.
just give it, I'm just
Sure.
sharing.
Sure.
There is some technical, we will start taking a bit.
ठीक है, कोई बात हाँ. What happened? Is it the last presentation? Call them here because उसके बाद तुम्हारा होगा ना.
So, ma'am, we are starting with presentation one with paper ID 134, Lakshita Rana.
Warm greetings to all present. As we gather here today, we are excited to introduce our research presentation on the impact of digital technologies on sustainable investment and climate risk assessment. So our agenda overview, the very first is introduction. Climate change presents significant financial risks, making sustainable investment crucial for long-term economic stability. Digital technologies like AI, blockchains, and big data are revolutionizing climate finance by enhancing risk assessment, transparency, and decision-making. This study explores how these technologies drive sustainable investment and mitigate climate-related financial risks. The next is rationale for choosing this topic. The very first is growing climate risk. About $4.2 trillion of global GDP could be a risk by 2050 due to climate change. The very next is need for transparency in green investments. Blockchain and AI can reduce fraud in green bonds and sustainability projects. The next is regulatory pressures. Companies must comply with increasing ESG, which is economic and social governance, and climate disclosure regulations. Moving on to literature review, AI's role in climate risk modeling. Existing studies highlight AI's capability to predict climate risk using machine learning and data analytics. The next is blockchain and green finance. Blockchain technology is being studied for its ability to enhance transparency and security in green finance. Big data's role in climate finance. Big data analytics enables investors to assess climate-related financial risk by processing vast amount of real-time environmental and financial data. So talking about the literature gap, our study focuses on integrating AI, blockchain, and big data to enhance climate risk assessment, financial transparency, and sustainable investment decision making. Limited
And
integration of AI, blockchain,
just
and big
wait,
data in a single
just
framework for
wait.
sustainable.
Actually, your PPT is not shared.
They're saying that.
Your PPT is not visible.
Okay,
So just a second.
All right. So we're just looking into it.
Yeah, it's fine now.
You can just run through once again, just quickly. Don't speak, just we'll just see. No, just run through your slides. She can just run through the slides quickly. Take 1 minute to do it. So this is the agenda. This was the introduction slide. This was the
Fine.
rationale for choosing this topic. This was the literature review, and I was continuing with the literature gap. So the next point is the lack of empirical studies on long-term impact and effectiveness of digital tools, scalability and practical implementation. Facts and figures. So as it can be seen, the very first, the climate risk and investment. Climate change may shrink global GDP by 18% by 2050. AI and climate finance. AI improves climate risk prediction by about 85%. Blockchain and green finance. Blockchain has cut fraud in carbon credit trading by 25%. And the big data and economic and social governance is 76% of asset manager using big data of ESG assessment. The objective of this research is that it aims to bridge the existing literature gap by examining the role of AI, blockchain, and big data in sustainable finance, focusing on the effectiveness, transparency, and adoption challenges. To evaluate the effectiveness of AI and blockchain and big data and climate risk management, assess how digital tools improve transparency in green finance, to identify barriers to adoption, and propose solutions for sustainable investment technologies. The methodology, the very first, the research approach. The study uses a mixed method approach combining quantitative analysis and qualitative insights. A comparative framework evaluates companies not using digital tools in sustainable finance. Talking about the data sources, it has been sourced from financial reports, global institutions, and like World Bank, IMF, and UN, and corporate case studies. Economic, social governance disclosures and investment performance data are analyzed to assess the impact of AI, blockchain, and big data in climate finance. The analysis, AI improves risk prediction. Machine learning models predict climate-related financial losses with 20% greater accuracy. Blockchain enhances transparency. Smart contracts and sustainability-linked bonds reduce fraud risk and improves transactional trust. Big data strengthens decision-making. Hedge funds using climate data analytics achieve 15% better returns. About the findings, enhanced accuracy and transparency, AI improves climate risk predictions, growing adoptions, but challenges remain: high cost, regularity, uncertainty, and data standardization. Issues slow widespread implementation. About the future potential, integrating AI, blockchain, and big data can revolutionize climate finance. The conclusion for the above presentation is that AI, blockchain, and big data are transforming sustainable investment by enhancing risk assessment, transparency, and decision making. Thank you.
Yeah, Professor Bhatia, these are my students who have made an effort to give a, I think, is it your first paper?
Yes.
First paper presentation? So
Yeah.
You
It's
may
a good
have give your
presentation.
observation.
Yeah. Yeah, ma'am, it's a good presentation, but it would be better if they will like in the method section, if they will elaborate the things like which sort of mixed method they are using. Like it's fine, it's a case study and all, like, but for the other quantitative technique, it is better like what sort of regression you are using, or like like if you are using the regression, like it's a normal pool regression, or like what other sort of regression, what are the things you are used for the robustness and other, so that all are things which you need to keep in mind. That is what is my observation from my side.
Yeah, so you still, it's little work in progress. So you guys have to really put in more efforts. And as sir said, put in, do actual analysis. And since impact, you have to start, do the regression. So please work on it before you submit the paper, right? So a very good effort.
Thank you.
Good. Okay, so we can have the next.
Next one, I would like to call paper ID 130, Mr. Shobit Kaire. So is the PowerPoint presentation visible?
It's fine.
Oops.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Shobit Kere. And I and my team, Pratna, Vibhor, and Ishan, we have conducted a research on impact of green bonds on corporate sustainability. And so the green bonds are the bonds that are issued by corporation and other banks with at a slightly lower rate, and they aim to finance the uh, green initiative, green projects that aim to create a sustainability. And so why are we studying this subject? Why are we going through this? It's because there is a growing market for green bonds. Uh, by 2023, it was recorded that there was around total 580 billion money raised through the green bonds. And there is a heavy environmental impact as these green bonds are being used to create and invest in projects for renewable energies, and that uh, reduces the emission of carbon. And we have done extensive literature review. In the existing research, we were able to find that how these bonds are financing a lot of renewable energy projects and sustainable infrastructure, and about their corporate transparencies and ESG ratings. And we found some gaps, and it was the sustainability impact was missing. Many of the erstwhile research, they were focused more on focusing how the green bonds are helping the financial performances or contributing to the financial performances of the corporates. The second thing we found was the corporate behavioral changes, because there was a limited research that evaluates the long-term environment and corporate behavioral changes. And we found ourselves with a question that does these green bonds actually improve the corporate sustainability practices? So we came up with the objectives to analyze the impact of green bonds on the corporate sustainability and the financial and strategic benefits of the green bonds, and identify the challenges and the policy recommendations. The research methodology we have used is data collection. We collected data from annual reports of the companies, open databases, and we have done extensive surveys. We included investment professionals, we included ESG officials, finance professionals, and the people who deal with bond to get their perception on these green bonds and how they perceive it. And we have also done analysis of the pre-existing research. Plus, we have taken some case studies like the JP Morgan case or the Apple case, how they were able to raise their money and how they invested that money and what was the environmental impact. In the expected findings, we think that there is definitely a positive impact on corporate sustainability, as the companies that are issuing green bonds, they are currently seeing increase in their ESG scores. But there remains a concern of greenwashing. Greenwashing is that many companies, they issue bonds for sustainable projects, but they use that money for other projects like repaying the earlier debts or some non-sustainable projects. And there is also the third thing over here, that there is an increased confidence of investor in green bonds, because although there are companies that are greenwashing, there is a large amount of companies that are actually using these bonds to fund sustainable projects. And the limitation of the study that we found was data availability. There is not a long-term sustainability impact data available, and there is a greenwashing risk that we have just discussed, and regulatory challenges. There is no global standardization for green bond impact reports. So in the end, we would like to conclude that green bonds do enhance the corporate sustainability, but they require stronger regulation. For policy improvements, there needs to be a standardized reporting framework and greenwashing prevention. The financial incentives like the tax benefits and subsidies to encourage green bonds issuance, and definitely a future research which is longitudinal in nature is required. And thank you.
Yeah, Shobit, it's a great presentation. Like, see, I totally agree with you that there is a issue with respect to data availability. But as you see that you have gone through the corporate reports and all, so the tax analysis and all these are one of the way through which you can find out and gauge the sustainability impact which is there, like the kind of sustainability practice which a company is taking. So tax analysis is one of the method. If you are taking the reports of the companies, then you can gather the data in such a way. Another thing earlier there was a ESG score, but now there is a one more this index which is going to be introduced in the India. Fine, you can also use that index like for the future, like not for the current study, but for the future. This could be a one of the way to which you can measure, because that keep taking care of like the sustainability practice of the Indian companies. Fine, thank you.
Thank you.
I think this is the last presentation for today.
Yes, ma'am. Now we have just last presentation pending.
Okay.
Yes,
Yes.
ma'am. Following on with our last presentation is paper ID 135, Anusha Nair. Paper ID 135.
Not there.
Paper ID 135. Last call.
1 minute.
Okay.
Yeah, just trying to press.
एक बार हिमांशी के लिए भी चेक कर लो नहीं बस we are finishing last चल रहा है Now complete the paper and send it to me. We'll send the certificates. We'll give you the certificates. Don't worry.
Is it visible?
No, your screen is not visible.
Okay, 1 second. Now?
No.
No.
This paper ID is an extra add-on, so request you to add this paper ID 135. Your screen is visible.
Okay.
Request you to maximize it or put it in slide mode, please.
One. Not able to get the slide share. Just 1 second.
Ma'am, just on the side of share button.
I'm not able to access it. It's showing. One.
Yes, Anusha.
Yeah, ma'am. It's hanging a bit.
Okay, but you can start, nevertheless, you can just start.
Okay, Jasleen will be talking.
Okay, Jasleen, you can start. आपको गाड़ी में रख लो सारा। हाँ? बाहर मैंने तो लिखा था, मेल लिखी थी।
Okay, good afternoon, everyone.
Ma'am, I'll just leave the meeting and come back. Just a minute.
Uh, is my voice audible?
Yes.
Okay. Is the screen also visible? The PPT visible?
No, PPT is not visible.
Okay, okay.
बेटा start कर दीजिए. We are running late.
Okay.
If you can just start.
Okay, ma'am, I can speak. Just Anusha is sharing. I'm just lean, and I'll be. Okay, okay, ma'am. I'll start. The topic that our group has taken is blockchain in climate finance, which is a new frontier for transparency and efficiency. Firstly, I'll just explore that how this topic, the blockchain technology, can transform climate finance by improving transparency and accountability, and the efficiency in management and distribution of funds, which are dedicated to tackling climate change. So while I'm breaking down the key concepts, like first the blockchain technology, which is a decentralized digital ledger that records transactions securely and very transparently. So data on the blockchain is immutable, meaning it cannot be altered or deleted once it is recorded. And it is also used for tracking and verifying transactions without the need for any intermediaries. So it's a direct technology wherein there are no intermediaries or any middle authority.
Ma'am, your
In the climate,
presentation is not visible to us.
uh, okay. Actually, I was not having the laptop. That's why I told Anusha and Madhav members to screen share. I was presenting, but
All right, just finish in 5
Okay,
minutes.
ma'am, let's proceed then.
should I proceed?
Yes, ma'am. And we shall end it fast now.
Okay. Climate finance, which refers to financial resource allocated for climate change mitigation and adaptation. Anusha, you can
You
just
can just
change the
start. You can
slide
just
as I-
skip this, the background, and you can just come straight away that why you chose this topic and what is the objective of your study, right?
So, ma'am, okay, I'll just come to the topic. Basically, blockchain is an emerging technology nowadays, and it is the new AI security technology wherein it's a new frontier wherein blockchain is emerging as an innovative solution to modernize and improve climate finance. And blockchain is um, going in every area, in every field, and everywhere security is needed. So blockchain is the need of the hour, and it introduces real-time tracking and fraud prevention and efficient fund allocation also. Plus there is transparency and efficiency, which is actually so needed for this kind of for reducing frauds and for every other social media hacking that is happening. So, blockchain ensures every financial transaction is visible and verifiable by all stakeholders, reducing fraud and mismanagement. All the smart contracts and decentralized systems, they automate funding disbursement and reducing administrative delays and cost. Uh, I'll just come on to the examples for the real world applications. That there is carbon credit market improvement. So there are traditional carbon credit markets which suffer from double counting, fraud, lack of verification. So blockchain has a solution for it. As in, the platforms like IBM's blockchain for carbon credit ensure each credit is verified, unique, and traceable. Smart contracts automate credit issuance and trading, ensuring authenticity and compliance. Wherein, if we take an example of that, that is Climate Leisure Initiative, that is using blockchain to improve carbon market transparency. Then comes the transparent climate fund distribution. So many climate finance programs suffer from corruption and inefficiency, where funds do not reach the intended projects. So blockchain also has a solution wherein every transaction is recorded on a public ledger, ensuring that funds are trackable and donors to project implementers. So all the donors, NGOs, and governments can verify fund utilization without relying on intermediaries. Same, the World Bank has explored blockchain to track climate project funding and ensuring funds that are used effectively. There's also a decentralized renewable energy transaction, wherein the traditional energy grids rely on centralized control, leading to inefficiencies and high costs for small scale renewable energy producers. And this removes the need for any intermediaries, reducing costs and improve efficiency, which is also um, implemented by the Power Ledger, which is an Australian blockchain platform which enables peer-to-peer energy trading, allowing households to sell excess solar powers transparently. So blockchain basically is a smart contract, improves carbon market, is a decentralized finance model, and the challenges which remain that are regulatory uncertainty, high implementation costs, and technical complexity which must be addressed for wider adoption. There are successful case studies like IBM's carbon credit platform, Power Ledger's energy trading, and UNDP smart contract, which I just elaborated on blockchain potential in climate finance. Then, last but not the least, there's future outlook wherein the government, NGOs, and private organizations must collaborate. They must collaborate to develop standardized regulations and scalable blockchain solutions to maximize the impact.
Ma'am, is the presentation finished?
Yes, yes. I
Okay.
just fastened it so that the main things I just spoke, the real
All
world
right.
examples,
Thank you.
application challenges. Okay, thank you.
Professor Bhatia, one
So,
observation from your side.
so I request you to concise the idea and work on how to cause the variables and all. Like, see, as of now, the idea is not that clear, but see, I know it's in the work in progress stage. So, requesting you to please concise the idea and make it more crispier. Only then you can work it on the rest of the process. So that is the observation from my side. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor Bhatia, for all your patience and your valuable time. I think some of the people have not been able to come and present the paper. So I would be sending you some of the papers for review, once the full paper comes in. And of course, I'll just call you after the session. So thank you so much for all, I'm really humbled. I wish you could have been here with us. And although we are interacting online, and Professor Dr. Sakshi has, connected us. So we hope that this connection will go a long way.
Sure,
And
ma'am, sure,
there's
sure.
so much
It's
to
my
learn
pleasure,
from
ma'am.
each other. So I'm
Sure.
sorry that, because we have so many parallel sessions going on right now. And
Yeah,
that's why
ma'am.
the students are in the moot court. But I'd just like to give you a little brief on that. We have this theme of this global climate finance and this technological architecture. So this was a proposal which was sent for a special issue of this Australasian journal from the University of Wollongong. And this is a very, very good rated journal. It's the ABDCB category Q2 journal. So I am the guest editor along with my group vice chancellor, Professor Dr. Gurinder Singh. So we had to invite some call for papers for this. So I use this platform that because, we know that the limitations with the journal, and especially the journal is a very high quality journal. So and this will be, they have given us a volume, 19 volume and issue 4, which is going to be coming out in August or September 2025. So that is why I encourage my students also to deliberate on this topic. So some of them are work in progress, but we had faculty from outside. And as you can understand, for the special issue, we can't accept all the papers. So for these students, we have also an option that we could, publish the papers in a book, right? And
ma'am.
out
Yeah,
of the
yeah.
selected papers that we have from the faculty, and even if one student paper is very good, we could consider it for the journal, this Australasian Business, Finance and Accounting Journal from University of Wollongong. So it is Scopus Index, it's Web of Science, it's Q2, it's ABDCB category. So like we had these tracks since morning, so we don't have a very large window for the papers for this journal. But I would be, constituting a team, especially of all the judges who have been there. So in the morning, we had 4 judges from DU, 2 from FMS, we had 2 from different college. And now the post lunch session, I think you are online, and we have Dr. Priyanka also, she was online. So probably the selected papers I will be sending you for the review. And
Sure, ma'am.
so I just thought I'll just share with you the theme. So, that is the reason, because, we talk about green finance all the time. So I thought that, we have never explored too much into SDG 14. And that is also equally important. So
Yeah,
many
ma'am.
students had presented in the first and the second track, but I can see, and you can also, I mean, with your observation also, that a lot of work is in progress. So I'm encouraging the students to complete the paper, and let me see what is the final output. So I will share
Yeah,
with
yeah.
you some of the papers for the review.
Sure.
Thank you
Sure,
so
ma'am.
much for
Sure.
joining and
Thank you, ma'am.
sparing your valuable time. I can understand time
Yeah.
is money for us, but
Yeah, ma'am.
you've been really patient, and I'm really humbled, and I'm really, really grateful to you, sir. And I'll be sending your certificate and everything online. I'll send it to
Sure,
you.
ma'am. Sure. It's
Yeah.
my
Thank
pleasure,
you,
ma'am. And
Professor
it's really
Bhatia,
thank
for
you.
all
It's really thank you.
the observations and all your suggestions. We'll be in touch, sir.
Ma'am. Sure,
Thank you.
ma'am. Sure. Thank you. Thanks a lot, ma'am. Thanks a lot. And best of luck to all. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much for joining this conference. I would now like to conclude this conference, IFC GTB 2025. Thank you, everyone.